spot, sir. All right. 3, 2, 1. Live from the Kennedy Activity Center in Bloomington, it is day 3 and championship day of the Fall Classic for 2023. We start with the 5th place game featuring Minnesota Black as they take on the Denver Wolves. With Jackson Hampton at my side, Jeff Disher here as we get set to see a game that we expected in terms of how not only both Minnesota clubs performed, as we'll see Green in the 3rd place game coming up, but that was how the so-called quote-unquote experts saw these placement seedings coming out as Denver gets set to take on Minnesota. What have you seen so far from both teams that has impressed you, and anything that can be improved? And how do these teams face off against one another, not having seen each other before now?
Yeah, so the Wolves got a really strong right side of their team. They got a lot of lefties, and that's a very valuable thing to have because it means that you really got no weakness going around the horn there. So I'm excited to watch them and see if they can get the left wing, get some action, get the right wing some action, and just really get it around the team. For Minnesota Black, I've seen a lot of improvement throughout the tournament. They're moving the ball a little bit better, and it's really you just got to hope that you continue that development and that Josh and Andrew keep playing well in goal.
So as we've indicated all weekend, this tournament serves as a sort of barometer for the Minnesota program to see where both of its clubs are, because where both of the Minnesota clubs are in terms of a barometer as to where they are in terms of. Not sure what you're asking.
Oh, could you put the volume lower on my headset?
Certainly. But where the Fall Classic serving as a barometer of where the Minnesota program is in terms of it being an early season tournament and a season kickoff tournament. How has the competition looked to you that you've seen this weekend?
Yeah, I think a common indicator throughout the tournament was just shaking off that rust that first half for every single team. I mean, Minnesota Green certainly had a very rusty first game. Minnesota Black had a pretty rusty first game. I think when we saw Denver Wolves, their performance from the Minnesota game versus their performance in their second game very much it almost looked like a different team, really. They kept improving, and I think we'll continue to see that across the board.
And the same can be said for Denver Wolves, formerly of Fargo. Also, we'll clean this up with Josh Wallinga a little bit later, but we mentioned how Georgia and Auburn yesterday in college football was the second most played rivalry in college football. That is in the Football Bowl subdivision, FBS. Mm-hmm. Minnesota, Wisconsin being top in that. Lehigh, Lafayette across FBS and FCS is the most played rivalry in college football in the U.S. of A, as we get ready to see Denver take its first possession in what allegedly are gold jerseys, black numbers. Really easy to identify. I know I had expressed a legitimate and humorous concern when I saw these jerseys for the first time yesterday morning, but we are underway as Denver gets first crack. Silver on the near side gets this to the near wing. It goes to Ozelis and over to the far side. Ozelis, the pivot man, as it goes to Silver. Ozelis crosses right wing. Ozelis almost wanting to take the shot. Swap goes to Silver. Quick shot from inside the 6, and it goes in for McCormick. 1-0 Denver. Goran Vasic and company cross the line for Minnesota Black as they'll start. Mladenovic gets this at the pivot point. And Mladenovic wrestled away at the 6, with Black maintaining possession. Near wing, whistle halts. Clock rolls with a 1-0 Denver lead just about 2 minutes in. Ball thrown over the top, and a bouncing shot goes high and wide. By the way, if you want to interact with us today through the 3 games, feel free to do so in that widget on the right side of your screen. Tell us where you're from, who you're rooting for, and a player you may support, or if you have any questions for us related to the sport, we can get to those over the course of the day. Touched on by Ozelis as he goes to Silver. Whistle in the near corner, and a turnover on the play. So Black will come up, and in the first 2 minutes, are you seeing anything that is surprising to you, Jackson?
Yeah, I'm gonna want to see a little bit more ball movement on Black on offense.
You got it there as Mladenovic scores 1-1.
Great score right there. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna want to see some pivot touches by Minnesota Black. Goran's a very big target in there, and I'm gonna want to continue to see them trying to feed him. For Wolves, yeah, just getting your offense, get a rhythm going, and we'll see how it plays out.
Quick shot on the recoil, and Denver scores to go up 2-1, 2.5 minutes in. Can Black respond? Now, we're in a position where early in the game like this, you can trade goals, but we've seen in this tournament, like Friday night, for instance, where things got out of hand both ways. Incidental kick halts that move for Denver.
Good quick play there by Milanovic.
Mladenovic got that to Goran Vasic. And back goes to Mladenovic, who is the pivot point. Mladenovic gets this here from Vasic. Inside. Vasic.
I love the idea, though. Feed the beast.
Got to get it to the trees.
Yep.
Got to get it to the redwood.
Look, they're working hard down there in the pivot. It's not an easy position to play. Got to make them feel appreciated.
Vasic. I'll take hugs all the time if I'm tree-like. Not a shot against Vasic at all. Just a fact. Kick save made by Wolves goaltender Nathan Gomez. 21.25 remaining in the first half. As advancing as Ozelis. Left wing, shot saved by Walenga. Or no, check that.
That's Andrew Jones.
That's Andrew Jones in net. 7-meter throw surrendered. And scoring is Denver to go up 3-1 inside the first 5 minutes. Now Minnesota Black with possession as this goes to Mladenovic and Lanoux. Lanoux's first touch of the ball today as he steps back. Whistle goes, and Denver playing in what looks to be a 6 flat so far, possibly a 5-1. As I've seen a couple of teams float between those defensive alignments, or defensive sets, if you will. Vasic hugged at the 6.
Yeah, it looks like Denver's daring Minnesota to try and beat them from the 9-meter mark because they know that Minnesota's quick, but they might not have the strongest of shots, and if you're quick, you just want to slither right in there.
That pass picked up after the intended recipient was Lanoux. Quick shot and a goal from the 6.
Beautiful positioning there by Derrig.
Connor Derrig with the goal, 3-2. 19:40 to go in the first half. Quick shot there on the rebound, and Silver throws that one home. Silver says, "Let me take you on my back."
Yeah, he's got great footwork.
Minnesota will cross the timeline and into the attack zone. And across, this goes to Derek. Derek drops to Mladenovic. Lanu, Mladenovic. And across to Derek. Derek looking for that shot from near the 7. Mladenovic wrestled off, and Lanu gets it left wing, and the ball went out of play. 4-2 to Denver in the early going, our fifth place game at the Fall Classic. As this one is advanced to Ozelis. Ozelis nearly missed Silver. And had that pass been a little bit more errant, that probably would have gone the other way for a pick goal, if you will, as opposed to a pick 6 that you're familiar with.
Yep, that's a fact, Jeff. Those kind of opportunities you always got to take advantage of because those are not free points, but they're about the easiest points you're going to get in the handball matchup.
Indeed. That ball was still rising when Silver caught it. Lanu ran into a tree, and he took the bad end of it. Minnesota keeps possession. 18:15 to go in the half. 5-2 Denver. Update from Italy, the USA, as that shot goes in, the USA defeated by Europe. Still waiting on a final score officially, but I saw a 15.5 to 11.5 projection as that one goes in for Silver on the far side. I think this is the first Fall Classic since 2021 that has fallen on Ryder Cup weekend. Shot from distance for Derek goes in, and it's 6-4.
You got to like this offensive performance by Minnesota so far. That was probably their biggest hurdle earlier on the day yesterday and on Friday. And if they can get the offense going, I believe in the defense and the goalies to start stepping up.
There's the pick potential. Ball on the ground. Derek not quite quick enough to make that pick work. Ozelis keeps play alive for Denver. Quick shot and a goal as Denver goes up 7-4.
That's a tough angle for a goal there, Jeff. As a righty going in on that right side, you're already playing with fire. He was able to make it work, though.
Lanu waiting out near midcourt. Derek got it from Mladenovic, who gets it back. Mladenovic, kick save made, rebound controlled by Denver and Silver. As this is advanced by the Wolves across the timeline and into their attack. Silver crosses. He got Jacob, it looked like. Shot from the far side goes in.
Looks like he was on the line on the shot.
So goal disallowed, 7-4. Scores table thinks it is legit. 16:05 to go in the first half. Did we see a wave-off signal?
I'm fairly confident there, Jeff. I could be wrong, but
we'll get that at a timeout just to be sure. But 7-4 asterisk on your screen. Kick save made by Gomez. 15:40 to play. Nifty move. How about that bounce pass to get him free?
Yeah. The other key back there, Jeff, that I just want to point out for the handball viewers at home, if you hear 2 whistles, that's a good goal. If you only hear 1 whistle, that means something bad happened. And I only heard 1 whistle there.
We'll check it with the officials when we get a moment. Lanu got that to himself, it looked like, but Denver comes on. Ozelis, loose ball, controlled by Minnesota. Derek picks it up. Derek gets this to Lanu. Lanu scores short
that's
side.
A snipe.
Denver now crossing the timeline. 14:34 to go in the first half.
Yeah, Lanu right there. He's a former rugby player, and you can see it in the way he plays. Very strong upper body, yet he still's pretty quick enough to get out on those fast breaks.
Shot, short side, and Garakai makes Jones pay. 8-5. I'm more confident with what we have, if we're being completely honest. 14 minutes to play in the first half. That much we know. A shot.
Good save.
Saved. A shot goes in for Denver.
Oh, and a 2-minute penalty looks like for Derrick.
Oof.
I think he caught him on the shoulder when he was going up for the shot, and you can't do that, especially once he's past you.
9-5 and or 10-5. Haven't received a break in the action to get enough time to double check.
Schrodinger's score right there.
13 and a dime remaining in the first half. As this one found by Block. Trying to swim around would be, is that Japs?
No, that was Winker.
Jens Winker wearing 26 instead of 19. Shot from distance.
Good save.
Saved. Vasic got that one off. 12:40 to go in the first half. And that ball out of play.
Great idea to feed the wing there, but just got to execute on the pass.
Now you're looking at a 2-goal swing potentially happening if Black can score here. Lanu to Wanker. Wanker, the pivot point. Crosses, left wing. Dribbling on is Vasic. Now Wanker gets around one, but he can't get around two. And I don't think there was a fairy tale ever that had big trees devouring small ones. Vasic trying
Not that
to
I know of, Jeff.
Vasic trying to prove me wrong. 11:52 to go. Almost looks like a 2-minute
Yeah,
call.
looks like a 2-minute. I don't know what happened there.
But Minnesota Black gets the score as you like, man up situation. Lanu from Wanker. Lanu gets this back to Wanker. Wanker fakes one way, goes another. Tomahawked out of his hands. Quick shot near or far side by Vasic. Goes by the wayside with 11.5 to go in the first half. Across to Ozelis and back to Silver. I'll check myself. Brandon McCormick. McCormick fires, and that man has a rifle. It goes in. Timeout on the floor. 11-10 or 11:10 to play in the first half. Let's take a short timeout. We'll check the score, and we will have that update in a moment. Yeah. Dan, score? Is the score 11-5?
There was one over there. I thought they called line. Oh, okay.
11-5 then.
Okay. I swear I only heard one whistle and the ref called line.
11-5 our score as Denver comes out of a timeout. Perfect opportunity to check a score like that. Because we see things from upstairs here that aren't necessarily seen downstairs, and vice versa. So 11:10 to go. As Minnesota crosses This one found by Andy Anderson. And the save made by Denver and Gomez. Across comes Ozelis, and he gets this to McCormick. Shot off the iron, and the rebound found by Minnesota. Lanu works this on. And it goes to Vasic on the far side. Vasic pivoting, shot by Lanu, goes into the net. Or actually, it was saved. Let me check myself. It was saved. Denver on the ricochet, off iron, stayed out, and the second effort whistled down.
Andrew's going to have to take the iron out to dinner after this performance. Been saving him on a couple these last possessions. Great composure there by Andy to not pass it while the sixth guy is coming back onto the court.
And Minnesota scores there 11-6. And by the way, the Ryder Cup won by Europe 14.5-10.
Yeah.
Officially. And Denver with possession here over on the far side. Shot and a goal, 12-6 in favor of the Wolves. What can Andrew Jones do as a goalkeeper to kind of inspire his boys offensively?
So, as a goalie, the best way to inspire them is to start those fast breaks. When you get the shot, you're not always able to, but if you can get one of those Pat Mahomes deep bombs every once in a while, that's always valuable for the morale. Another thing is just, obviously it's simple, but just if you're making the saves, it's going to help inspire the team on offense a little bit. But he's played a solid game so far. Let's hope he can improve on it a little bit.
Lanu tried to get through a big tree. He was thwarted, and here goes Denver on the break. Quick shot and a goal.
Yeah,
Silver. And that quick whistle, actually, I'll check. McCory, actually. That quick whistle did assist Denver in that fast break.
Mm-hmm.
8 minutes to go in the first half. Ball stolen by Denver. They come up 2-on-1. And the shot goes in. A knuckleball fooled Jones. 14-6. $7:40 to go in the first half. Speaking of Pat Mahomes, they are on NBC tonight as they take on Aaron Rodgers and the New York Jets.
Sadly, I don't think Aaron Rodgers is going to be out there, Jeff.
Or, Rodgers is injured.
Yeah.
But that's what NBC was promoting when they originally got the matchup on the schedule. So Chiefs and Jets tonight on Sunday Night Football. The Jets wearing throwback jerseys to their, believe it is early 80s.
Oh, is that the JETS logo on
Yep.
it? Yep, I love those jerseys.
The whites with the green numerals.
Yep. And also, I just want to go back a second there, Jeff.
Go ahead.
On that fast break, just textbook defense by Chris Lanu. He got back, he forced the guy to the offensive player move to the outside and make a pass. It's kind of tough. Denver ended up scoring later on in the second and third wave of the fast break, but it was still textbook defense there.
Minnesota with possession as they go to Lanu. Lanu crosses from Fisher and actually Winker. And Lanu gets it back near wing. Lanu, what was that? Winker bails his man out. And I believe Dan Block will have to get out the checkbook, if you will. Winker poked over the top by Gomez. Fifth place game here at the Fall Classic. 5:55 to go, half number one. Brought ahead by Duplantier. Near wing. Duplantier gets this to McCormick. McCormick got it back. He used the pivot point. McCormick from Duplantier. Cross, right wing. Silver crosses. McCormick wrestled nearly, but he scores the goal, 16-6.
Great work feeding the pivot there.
And I like how Denver is switching up the pivot when they go into the attack and not just relying on one offensive attacker to play that pivot role.
Yeah, they've done a great job offensively today. I mean, they've been getting great shots. It's been tough to be Andrew Jones back there. I mean, they've just had a lot of them right at the 6-meter line, and it's going to be tough press to save a lot of those.
Wanker wrestled off the ball, but he draws a 7-meter throw. So Wanker, 4:50 to go in the first half. He scores 16 to no. Goal disallowed.
Looks like he misstepped on the line, is my guess.
Whoopsie. 4:35 to go, 16 to 6 in favor of Denver. As a short side shot
Another line step down.
does
right
not
there.
go in because of a line. Adams with the line violation.
Ooh,
Brought
yeah.
ahead by Wanker, and now the breakout. Sewell scores.
It's not a pass you see Wanker make often. I don't know where he was going there.
And those cross-court passes did Minnesota Green in yesterday as well in both games.
Yep. I would 100% agree with that, Jeff. There's just some passes that you don't want to make, and those cross-court ones where the defender has just as much of a chance to get it aren't one of those.
Leads to an interception 9 times out of 10. Great save, Gomez.
And potentially fast break.
Yeah. Yeah. Brought ahead by Duplantier across the timeline as he goes back to McCory. McCory, the pivot point. McCory scores. 3.5 minutes to go in the first half, utterly dominated by the Denver Wolves. 18 to 6 as the scoreline would indicate such. Brought ahead by Black. Block gets his last name done to him as Denver comes up across the timeline. He got blocked for those not getting the reference. Shot blocked by
what a
Jones
save.
and saved by him as well. Brought across the timeline by Minnesota Black, and a bear hug halts the movement, or halts the play but not the movement. 2:40 to go in the opening half. Shot and a goal. 18 to 7 now for Denver. 2:25 to go in the first half. Duplantier working, goes back to McCormick. Silver to McCormick. Duplantier, McCormick. Silver, right wing, crosses. Bear hugged at the 7 is McCormick. Draws the contact and the whistle. Duplantier gets it back left wing. Duplantier! Whistle before the shot opportunity will stay here. 1:45 to go in the first half as Denver will hold the ball. Silver, McCormick, Duplantier, McCormick. Those three at the back. McCormick. Kick, save, Jones.
It looks like 7.
7-meter was surrendered. Taking it is Castaneda Neuler.
Quick goalie substitution here, Jeff.
Designated 7-meter goaltender for Black is Josh Walinga. He can't make the save there. 19 to 7 in favor of Denver. Under a minute to play in the first half. Probably a 1 second difference or so between what we show on our score bug and the clock in the building. Fisher dropped that off. Got it back, but a pass to block. Bear Hug halted the play. 25 seconds left in the half. 19-7 Denver. Denver looked for the fast break there, not going to find it.
A great cut.
As Minnesota Black not allowed to move in past the 7. 10 seconds left in the half. Ball dropped off. Shot from long range, saved by Gomez. 5 to go in the half. And that'll do it for half number 1. So at halftime in the 5th place game, it is the Denver Wolves with a commanding 19-7 lead. Your thoughts in the first 25?
Yeah, if I'm in Minnesota team handball's huddle right here, I'm saying one word, and I'm saying it a lot. Defense, defense, defense.
It wins championships.
It wins championships, and you're not helping your goaltender by just letting them get shots at the 6 meter line, at the 7 meter line, and on the fast breaks. I mean, there's a lot that, or there wasn't much that Andrew Jones could do that half. It was just they got to be tighter in the middle, and they got to make sure they get back on defense.
We will take a short timeout and preview the rest of the day once we come back on the other side, as the Fall Classic is yours on YouTube. Fifth place contest at the Fall Classic for 2023. Denver ahead of Minnesota Black by a count of 19-7. Jeff Disher here with Jackson Hampton as we preview what is to come. Minnesota Green gets set to take on Chicago Inter, a game that you're looking forward to most certainly.
Yep.
And then Nyack to take on Cal Heat for all the chocolate chip cookies, if you will. And I see that we have a bit of appreciation for streaming this tournament from those of you in the comments, so we thank you for that. Keep the comments coming. We'll get to any questions you may have over the course of the day today. Josh Willinga and I will have that third place game, and I have heard that the originals, being Josh Hedrick, yours truly, and Willinga, will call that championship game for you at 1:30. But as we get set for the second half, Minnesota down 19-7. If you are on that bench, what are you thinking about as a player?
I'm thinking, like I mentioned earlier, we got to shore up the defense, and this is going to be a great development opportunity. Let's see how they respond to adversity, and let's get some more offense going, and let's keep our heads in it.
And if you are Denver,
just keep the status quo. I mean, offensively, it's one of the best offensive halves we've seen this tournament. And defensively, just, again, keep doing what you're doing. Make Minnesota take tough shots and get out on the fast break after you do that.
ready for the second half in Bloomington. The first of a triple dip we have for you today. So we had a double dip to open the tournament on Friday, 2 triple dips, if you will, for 6 games yesterday, and a triple dip to end it. As on your radio dial, it'll be Denver going left to right and Minnesota going right to left in the second half. If you're Minnesota here, Jackson, do you put in Willinga in the second half? Because that's what it looks like.
I want to see Willinga get some action. He played a good day yesterday, and I want to see how he responds to this tough halftime deficit and how he can lead the Minnesota team handball to potentially win in the second half, and that's your goal at this point.
And 12 goals is not insurmountable with 25 minutes to play.
It is not. It's very tough, but it's not insurmountable.
And we've seen crazier things happen. 19-7 as Minnesota gets the first possession of the second half. As this one is worked into the attack by Minnesota. Mladenovic goes across to his far wing.
Now, Jeff, once you see this defense going high, you really got to take advantage of those one-on-one opportunities in the gaps.
And how do you get lower as an attacker?
Yeah, so you got to be cutting and you got to be looking for the passes right away. If you're off ball, you're cutting, and the guy on ball, you got to be taking him one-on-one and just scanning the court the entire time.
Last point I'll make, is Denver inclined to slow the game down and sort of melt the clock a little bit at this point?
Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Great shot.
19-8.
I'm not 100% sure I agree with their new aggressive strategy on defense, because that will be a little bit more high variance. And when you're up, maybe they're just trying to develop it for future tournaments, but
great steal there by Minnesota.
We'll see. We'll see, Jeff.
And they hold Denver off the board on that attack.
Exactly the start you wanted if you're Minnesota.
Mladenovic goes cross court.
Great cut. That's exactly what I was talking about.
2-minute called against Denver.
Notice right there, Lemieux had his eyes up, scanning the entire court, and Andy had a great cut.
Double whammy potential, although whistle at the table. And a halt to play.
Does look like it was a 2 minutes, Jeff.
So a potential double whammy still in play here for Minnesota to take advantage of. A 7-meter goal plus a 2-minute. They don't get the 7-meter goal as that one is kicked away by Gomez.
Great save.
But the 2-minute score as you like power play leads to a throw in from the corner, or from near the corner, as Minnesota continues its attack. Shot up high. And Gomez couldn't even jump and make that save. 2 minutes in, very nearly. And a shot off iron will hang here. Silver throws that ball back into play. Silver gets McCory. Left corner, or right corner, kick save, Willinga.
Great save there, Jeff.
Brought back ahead by Black. Mladenovic. And now Black changing its pivot point. Denver up to the challenge. 19-8 our score. Early moments, second half. McCory waiting. That pass intended for Jacob, but bailing his man out is Roger Silver. Silver fakes to Jacob. Silver does it himself. Now Minnesota advancing. Denver looked for the fast break there, not going to find it as Mladenovic handles the ball. Fisher got it from Lanu to Mladenovic. Inside, quick shot, save made Gomez. Rebound to Denver. Unable to handle is McCory.
Great work getting back on defense by Portillo.
And it is Portillo.
I haven't asked him, but I would assume so. The double L in Spanish
Indeed.
gives you that
We'll go with that.
Y sound.
We'll go with Portillo. I like it. Shot, save, Gomez. And the shot came from Mirko Mladenovic there. 4 minutes into the second half as this one is found by Jacob. Shot and a goal, 21-8 in favor of Denver. This is the lopsided play we saw at the start of the tournament where one team got out or would get out to an 11, 12, 13 goal lead, and it proved to be insurmountable previously. But if you're making passes like that for Denver that lead into a 3-on-1, you can make something out of nothing real easily.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can't really do much as a goalie right there. Just get big and hope he makes a bad shot. But Wolves capitalized there for sure.
Portillo dropped to Mladenovic. Shot and a goal, 22-9. Now Denver on the fast break, shot and a goal, right on cue, 23-9.
That's one thing that's going to pop out in the film. Once you score, you got to get back. You can't give them a fast break that's that easy off a goal.
I mean, I don't run that quickly, but even I could. Even I could.
Control the things you can, Jeff, and one of those is getting back on defense.
Mladenovic from Portillo. Across. Derrig. Shoved down before the shot will hang here. With a possession at 9 meters. Derrig too quick. So Minnesota will get a chance to try again. Back underway we go, 19 1/4 remaining, excuse me, in the second half. Denver now 2-on-0 breakout. And a goal scored by Silver on Walinga, 24-9.
Still textbook getting back there by Portillo. Make him scared a little bit, hope you mess him up, but you do not want to get a 2-minute penalty there.
Mladenovic handles that, and it goes to Vasic. The big tree gets to the 6, but Mladenovic fired the shot and got the whistle. Vasic drops off as the pivot point. Mladenovic at the left wing. That ball tipped, retrieved by Derrick, and thrown out of play. Can't be doing that either when you're down 15. Loose ball on the floor. Whistle goes. We'll hang here with Denver as they get the advantage. Now Denver moving into their attack. 18-15 to go in the contest. Jacob with that as he drops it to McCormick. Short side shot goes in. Believe that's Roger Silver who threw it home. 25-9. No, it was McCory.
He's got a great left-handed shot in that right wing.
That's trouble if you're a goalkeeper, no?
Yep. Get a much better angle if you're a lefty on that side.
Mladenovic tried to get the shot away, could not. We will hang here as a corner called for Minnesota. Do it again. And the restart legal this time. Short side, the shot poked away by Gomez. And now you're starting to get to a point, almost 3/4 of the way through the game, where the clock becomes Minnesota's enemy if you're down 14.
That's for certain, Jeff. Like I mentioned yesterday, you can about make up 1 goal per minute-ish.
Or 16, but yes.
Yeah, and it's hard to make up more than that, and that'll be a good start for
There's
Minnesota.
a goal. Vasic. 15-goal lead for Denver. 16:45 to go. And Denver advances into their attack. It goes to McCormick, left wing. McCormick scores. 26-10. This game will decide 5th place at the Fall Classic. Vasic inside, drops off, loose change, and we'll hang here. Derrick gets it near side to Mladenovic. Mladenovic from the near wing to Derrick. Derrick dropped far wing to Vasic. Vasic I don't think this is the way Minnesota wanted an extended possession, but a 9-meter restart will do just the trick.
Yep.
Derrick dropped over left wing, and it stays out.
Great work
But
by Winker.
a line, actually a
7-meter.
7-meter drawn. By Derrick over on the far side. That's why you don't throw your hip into things.
Mm-hmm. Once the guy's past, you just got to let him go.
Derrick. Shooting
Oh, that's
and in. Gomez got a piece.
Mm-hmm.
15 minutes to go. And just under for Minnesota to make an impact that Denver has already made. Would be the tale of two halves if Minnesota were to do it. And getting turnovers like that is a good start. Derrick crosses the timeline. Along with Mladenovic and Fisher. Mladenovic on the near side. Mladenovic waiting. Goes to Fisher on the far side. He misfired. Now Denver crosses. That can only help Denver to seize control. McCormick dropped over the bar with McCormick's shot.
Good pass, but I think he was on the line.
And now Minnesota looking to come ahead as Derrick crosses the timeline with it. Dribbles across to Fisher. And now Derrick goes to Mladenovic. Mladenovic pursued. Man-to-man defense for Denver. Fisher. A shot blocked.
Tough pass.
And a fast break opportunity. Ozelis scores 27-11.
And just for the viewers at home, I believe
Timeout on the floor, Minnesota.
I believe Wanker has taken Austin Fisher's jersey, number 26, because he had a tear in it yesterday.
Okay.
So Austin Fisher looks to be out today, not on the court.
So does Jens Winker wearing 26 as opposed to 19.
Fisher was dealing with a bit of an injury yesterday, so I'm assuming that's why he's out today.
And speaking of injury, any update on Stefan?
Yeah, he is not going to be playing today, sadly. That he got 7 stitches in his eye, and it's just had a ton of swelling today. He can only see out of one of them. So not the sort of conditions you want to be in to play a handball game. So that means we're going to see a lot of Aaron Japs at the pivot today.
13:16 to go in our fifth place game. If you want to flash back to the schedule right quick, we can show you that Chicago Inter and Minnesota Green coming up. Would we see Mr. Jackson Hampton in an offensive role like that on a switch?
Yeah, maybe we'll see. We'll see me getting some pivot action. I doubt it, but it would be fun. I don't have as much the body type for the pivot. I'm much more of a wing guy, but
okay.
We don't have a ton of bodies out there, so
that's why you don't let the bodies hit the floor.
So yeah, we'll have to. Everyone will be playing positions that they might not be used to at some point.
Mladenovic gets this from Derrick. Mladenovic back to Derrick. Derrick tried to get through a hole there, but that closed as quickly as it opened. Mladenovic.
One more. There we go.
Right shot goes in. 27-12.
That was textbook passing by Minnesota team handball right there. If they can keep doing that every possession, they're going to leave this, even though it might be a loss, feeling a lot better.
Shot stays out from Neuler. And Wallinga back to make the stop. Would help Minnesota if they were to get some 2-goal swings with defensive stops like that, but you can't trust, or you can't, not that you can't trust your goaltender, you shouldn't have to rely on him.
Yeah, and you don't want to force the fast break.
Ball stolen, so.
As exactly what I'm saying right there. You don't want to force it if the pass isn't there.
Nostradamus, almost.
I'm no Tony Romo with predicting the plays, but we're just trying our hardest.
Nostra Hampton. Mladenovic goes over the top. Gomez fires back for Denver. Ozelis scores 28-12. Now Minnesota crossing the timeline as they get this to Mladenovic. Down low to Portillo. Derrick.
Great
inside.
Great pass.
Lanoux wrestled. There's a wrestling room across the way on this second level, and that would have been good in there.
22's played great defense for Denver this possession. Been all over the court.
Dropped off to Derrick. Save Gomez. Rebound controlled by him. 10.5 to go, 28-12 Denver. Far corner, shot and a goal, and Walinga can only do so much.
Yeah, and that right there, that's one of those things that we call a second wave fast break. That first wave is like really pushing it, really getting the ball out in front, but right there, everyone was still moving. It was a little bit slower, but still calm, cool, and in control. It's exactly what you want to see out of Denver.
Mladenovic controls this for Minnesota, and now Denver enters sort of a zone defense as Mladenovic got poked up high. Not high enough to go headhunting, but high enough to cause, we'll say, discomfort. Left-handed shot. Gets kicked away by Gomez. Here comes Denver on the recoil. 29-12. As that one is found by Silver at the pivot point. Right wing. Save made Walinga.
Yeah,
And Minnesota allowed to clear. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Very tough angle for the wing right there. Walinga got big and he made the save.
Did about all he could do, and he did the job. Mladenovic. Will hang here as a foul called on Denver. 9 minutes to go. 29-12 in Denver's favor as a 9-meter restart for Minnesota. Mladenovic looking left wing. Dropped off. And now over far side.
Just a mental mistake right there.
And I don't want to get to a point where I'm having to say the same thing twice, but you saw it right there with the mishandled pass.
Yep.
Only so many times you can say the same thing.
Never ideal to sound like a broken record.
No.
Great pass.
Derrig puts it
What
home.
a pass.
Mladenovic with the assist.
Derrig with some great positioning there.
Now Denver crossing the line, 29-13, 8 minutes to go. Not insurmountable, but Denver can rest a little easier. Shot, save made Walinga as I say that. And now Derrig and company looking to advance out. I don't know how the break isn't working for Minnesota Black. 7:40 to go. Might be Denver expecting that break.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're trying to push it that much.
Mladenovic goes over far side.
That's
What an
another
angle.
Tough angle shot. And a great pass from Mladenovic. Looking like Ricky Rubio out there.
Silver crosses. And the 6 flat working wonders for Minnesota there as the Wolves maintain possession. Silver drops right wing. Silver in, and a goal scored by Denver. Saw a gap that only one Brett Favre could get through, or could pass through, and McCormick threw that one in. Mladenovic gets it back, left wing. Mladenovic goes inside. Derrig will hang here. Save made, though. And a 9-meter restart for Derrig and company. Now across this goes. Shot and a goal. 30-15.
Great cut there. You saw a gap. Jens saw him, and the rest is history.
Wenker with the goal. Brought ahead by Sewell. Sewell tried to get around one. He is wrestled to the ground. Timeout on the floor. 2-minute called for an elbow. That's why you don't want to be tossing elbows.
Never want to be throwing the bows there, Jeff. It's a physical game, but still gotta have some restraint.
Control yourself. Denver with the ball. The
Doesn't look like
9-meter
it's 7,
restart.
though, so that's at least good for Minnesota.
Still down a man for 2 minutes. nifty angle. And the goal looked like it was disallowed. 30-15 with 5:45 to go. I think Denver can pretty much rest easy, at least in their minds. Inside, that shot wide, but a line call. And a 7-meter throw for Derrick. Derrick scores. 30-16. Now the clock's starting to become the enemy of Minnesota as Denver crosses into their attack. Silver upended at the 6. It goes to Duplantier. Down low to Sewell. Loose ball. Wallinga there. Now a fast break on the way for Minnesota. Gomez is there. Great idea for Minnesota on that exchange.
Yep, just got to try and get a little bit better angle, but I like the thinking.
Sewell from McCory. Whistle went before the shot. Will hang here. 4:35 to go. As I see both third place game teams in the building, and Chicago Inter and Minnesota Green up next. Short side. Great save, Wallinga.
He's had a pretty good half, Jeff.
Didn't have much in the way of defensive assistance, did both goaltenders in the first half for Minnesota Black. That led to the downfall. 3:55 to go, second half of play, 30-16 Denver. Shot and a goal, 30-17 now.
I could be wrong, Jeff, but I think Minnesota's only down 1 for this half.
I believe you're right.
19-7.5. Oh, sorry, everybody. That's something to be very happy about.
That is a building block. Silver drops. Sewell.
Slick spot in the court.
Duplantier couldn't handle it. Timeout on the floor to get the slick spot wiped up. Officially at the Ryder Cup, 16.5 to 11.5 ended up being the result.
Not ideal.
No. And in 2 years, the Bethpage Black Golf Course at Bethpage State Park in New York will host the Ryder Cup. And then the next time it's in the U.S. afterwards is the shot scored by Denver. Hazeltine National in Chaska.
Oh, very nice.
I believe the only course in the U.S., and someone in the comments, feel free to double check me on this, but I believe Hazeltine the only course in the United States to host the Ryder Cup twice.
Really? I did not know that.
Derrick loses possession, or regains possession, but he lost the movement. Now Denver with the great defense, 2:28 to go in the game, shot and a goal, 32-17. And now getting into the neighborhood with a result is not in doubt as Derrick crosses the line. What can Minnesota Black build upon for the next tournament that they play in?
I like the offense this half. They've been working the ball around, and they've been getting some overall pretty good shots. Really, it's just defense. Fast breaking. They've been getting killed on that. They haven't really been able to do much in the way of fast breaking, and defensively they haven't been getting back as much as they should be. And it's really just those active turnovers that lead to those fast breaks, Jeff. If you can cut down on those, then I think they'll have a good chance next time.
Far side, that shallow angle not going to work for Minnesota as we tick down past the 90-second mark in the match, 32-17 in favor of Denver. And let's not take anything away from the Wolves. They've been great offensively from the word go. And folks like Roger Silver have proven it, as he proves me right on that goal, 33-17. Who would be your man of the match for Denver?
Oh, man, there's a lot of good players. Let's see, I believe 10 played well.
Silver.
Yep, Silver. Their goalie
So
is
Gomez.
also great. I would be perfectly happy with being either of those two.
I am inclined to go with Nathan Gomez myself as Denver goes up 34-17 with 40 seconds to play. We'll go with Nathan Gomez.
That works for me.
So we'll have that man of the match interview prior to the third place game, which I will handle myself, as we know you have to get ready for your third or for your match. Minnesota Green and Chicago Inter coming up as we wind down the final 15 seconds of play in the fifth place game. It'll be the Denver Wolves, formerly of Fargo, North Dakota, getting the victory here in match number 1 of the place or of championship day, as a goal scored by Minnesota at the bell. And it is Dan Block with the final goal for Minnesota Black as Denver wins 34-18. Impressions on what you saw from both teams here?
Yeah, there's stuff to build on for Minnesota. They had some fight in them, almost won the second half. And, I mean, Denver, they just look great. They got a great goalie. They got on the fast break. And defensively, in the first half especially, they didn't allow many easy shots.
We'll let you get ready for your game as Minnesota Green and Chicago Inter come up. We'll get Nathan Gomez as well for the man of the match, and that comes your way in a moment. Jeff Disher back with Nathan Gomez at the Fall Classic as the Denver Wolves take the 5th place game at the Fall Classic, 34-18. You are our man of the match.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
And goaltender to goaltender, what did you see out there that you easily adjusted to on the floor?
I think we did a very good job on the defense, closing the 6 line. So most of the shots came from the 9, and that's usually a best shot for the goalkeeper because we can just wait for the ball, see where it's going, and go for it. On the 6th shot, a couple of them, and then it was a little harder because you don't have that much time of reflex. So I think the main thing was closing the 6. My defense was doing an amazing job. So it just translates of the energy that I feed off of with my guys.
And did your guys play in a 6 flat all game? I thought I saw drifting into a 5-1.
We did play the 5-1 to try to bother the backs because we noticed that they were the best players. The backs were really good passing the ball, so we tried to disrupt that. And that also, they couldn't abuse us on the pivot because of that 5-1.
Okay.
So it kind of like, it worked for us. So I got a lot of shots from the 9. That's why I could do a good job.
Tell us about when you guys are playing next as we get further and further into the handball season.
We're going to Chicago by the end of October, and then Denver, are hosting in December. We're hosting our own tournament like we did last year, the Samala Cup. So that's where we're looking forward to fix the mistakes. We made a few mistakes in our first couple of games. I feel like especially the first game we should have won. But so try to learn from the mistakes because sometimes we win, sometimes we learn, and see what we can bring for the next tournament.
Well, I can tell you that if you guys enter the Vegas event, I will be there.
Okay.
To call that tournament on behalf of the union, but we'll get to Vegas in the spring. However, you guys have a good fall. Good to see you guys, and you're welcome up here anytime, goaltender to goaltender. How about that?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Nathan Gomez, everyone, as Denver takes game 1. The 5th place game goes to the Denver Wolves as they take a 34-18 victory over Minnesota Black, Minnesota Green, and Chicago Inter, with our good friend Josh Willinga coming up from Bloomington. back at the Kennedy Activity Center as championship day at the Fall Classic continues with the third place game that features Chicago Inter and Minnesota Green with Josh Walinga, Jeff Disher here, goaltender and goaltender. And one of us just called a game. One of us just played in a game. The person calling will ask the person who just played, what did you see from what you just did that Green can, or that Minnesota Green can relate to as they take on Chicago Inter?
We had pretty solid offense again for the first half, I'd say. We just couldn't put the ball in the back of the net, which ended up being our issue. Because if we could do that, then we could, get the momentum going on defense. But we just couldn't quite get there. And so, yeah, we kind of fell apart at that point, and so our defense wasn't as strong as it needed to be. And I think if Minnesota Green can do that and play solid defense, that's what's going to help them win the game.
And it got to a point where Black kind of got into its own head and sort of relied on its goaltending to bail themselves out of numerous situations.
Yep. And I mean, Andrew and I can only do so much.
Yeah.
We're trying to keep our heads up there. We did what we could, and just couldn't quite get there, unfortunately.
Tristan Malatrat in the net for Minnesota Green, and Patrick Jalabert in net for Chicago Inter, as Minnesota will get the opening possession of the third place game. Hederick on the right wing as this one is advanced into the attack. And Wakabayashi will establish as the pivot point as this pass goes to Sam Erickson. Wakabayashi goes over cross court to Finn Peterson. Wakabayashi and Finn Peterson on the switch. Peterson with a shot and a goal.
That's a good way to start, if you ask me. Try not to be the hometown hero here, but I always appreciate when Minnesota scores first. Woo! But that was a good movement and a good exploitation of the defense there by Finn. Just a simple pass and through, and I mean that's all she wrote.
Supervic gets this to Chozik. Chozik goes cross court, unable to handle with Supervic, but his wingman bailed him out. Right side, body contact by Japs, it looked like it was, as Chicago maintains the possession. Chozik at the pivot point. Chozik with a shot and a goal.
I think Tristan got a finger on that.
So long as it goes in the net, that's not. They don't grade them.
Yep,
right?
Exactly.
It's like an extra point in football.
Yep.
Minnesota advances into their attack. Wakabayashi. At dinner last night, Katsu approached me and is like, "I'm impressed that you get the last name right." And I told him, as Hederick takes the shot there that's kicked away, I told Katsu that that's just research doing its thing. As a goal scored by Ostapchuk.
Yep. Minnesota needs to get back on defense there.
And avoid the fast break.
Yep. I mean, Katsu busted his butt to get back, but just couldn't quite stop. Couldn't quite get a stop there, unfortunately.
And he didn't have support.
Exactly, yeah.
Erickson. Down low to Popov. Nifty shot.
Mm-hmm.
And we've seen that sneaky one numerous times in this tournament so far, 2-2.
Yep, Patrick was shaking his head there. He knew that's where he was going to shoot and just couldn't quite get his legs close to stop it.
Supervic Loose ball at the 6, and we'll have a 9-meter restart for Chicago. Chozik, excuse me. Supervic, no, stayed out. Malatrot there to make the stop.
Yep. If Minnesota plays strong like that and forces them to Chicago to take bad shots or contested shots, it'll make Tristan's job a lot easier.
Short side, shallow angle shot goes in for Finn Peterson. If you have any comments that you would like to contribute over the course of the day, we'll be monitoring that widget on the right side of your screen.
Yep, we have a Go Chicago and we have a Go Minnesota.
1v1.
Yep. Any other people that want to chime in? We'll see who has the most fans tuning in.
Japs crosses with Wakabayashi. Wakabayashi drops near wing. Wakabayashi got that back from Popov.
Good to slow down there. Minnesota wanted to try to push that forward, but that was good to just take a step back and step back up, courtesy of Finn.
And it allows an extended possession for Minnesota, which is something we didn't see at the start of the day yesterday.
Exactly, yeah.
Wakabayashi scores, although getting a piece was Jalabert.
Mm-hmm. Just a hair slow there on the save, and the ball snuck through. Good shot by Katsu.
Supervic crosses the line for Chicago. And into the attack goes Chicago Inter. Chozik gets that over to Supervic and back. Far wing, Aseric. Supervic down low, shallow angle, 5-hole. And something that Tristan Malatrot not proud of. 19:45 to go in the first half. 4-3 in favor of Minnesota.
Yep, that was good on the wing to go move his way towards the middle, open Tristan up from the post, and then he kind of had free reign as to where he wanted to shoot at that point.
Erickson to Wakabayashi, who drops it back to Erickson. Erickson tried to swim around his man. Will hang here on the movement. And a 9-meter throw. Wakabayashi with the restart from Erickson. Shallow angle, Finn Peterson there on the right wing.
Yeah, if Finn's on like this and he keeps directing the offense how he has been, it's going to cause a headache for Chicago.
Supervic. 1 into 2 doesn't go. Shallow angle shot. Save made. Rebound controlled by Japs, and Wakabayashi advances across the timeline. Hedrick getting into the pivot position. Ball delivered nifty by Erickson and into the corner where Popov is popped.
Yeah, that was really good defense there by Chicago, forcing a potentially bad pass, but Nosko, or Popov, we call him Nosko, he was able to catch that and kind of save it there and draw a 9 so that they could reset.
Erickson and company with Finn Peterson at the controls, off the iron and off Jalabert's back, but it doesn't cost Chicago anything. 5-3 in favor of Minnesota. Shot save made by Jalabert and poked right back out to Supervic. Sprinting in is Gruzinski. He couldn't handle at the 9. Shot and a goal, Supervic. 5-4, and I feel like Chicago Inter has to go and shoot from anywhere inside the 9 to have chances.
So far, yeah. Tristan's really good at reading it further. The 9-meter. I mean, most keepers are. It just kind of depends. He's pretty solid, but yeah, going from 9 is going to be a lot easier.
Peterson got the shot away right as the whistle blew. Minnesota with the possession. Wakabayashi dropped that off to Peterson. Peterson shoots one. Save made. Rebound. Loose. And Chicago will have the ball. 17-10 to go in the first half. Shallow angle. Shot and a goal. Gruzinski. 5 apiece. Minnesota crossing the timeline with Japs. Hederick on the far side. And now Erickson on the near side into the near corner where Popov will man. Now Wakabayashi. Erickson. Erickson shoots one and scores. Chicago Inter crossing as Wrights gets that one across the timeline.
More tape you put on a camera, the steadier it is.
Learning things,
Yep.
even on championship day.
Absolutely.
Gotta love it. Supervic. Chozik, cross court. Supervic, excuse me. Chozik now. Chozik rises. Supervic scores.
Yep, that one just snuck through. Tristan was there. It's just a little too fast for him.
6-all. 15:50 to go in the first half of play.
Yeah, a little slower than I was anticipating. Both teams obviously, play the full amount of games you can get this weekend. And heartbreaker from Chicago yesterday. I think they might be a little defeated from that, but good shot by Finn there.
Finn Peterson with the goal. As Chicago crosses. We'd like to welcome those of you who just watched the Jacksonville Jaguars defeat the Atlanta Falcons in London by a count of 23-7. We join you in Bloomington as the third place game at the Fall Classic is underway. Minnesota holding a 7-6 advantage over Chicago Inter with a football quarter remaining in the first half.
Yeah, good save by Tristan there. Get his body in front of the ball. Very tough sometimes, especially with these kind of shots. Oh.
Erickson tried to force one through. Hederick bails him out.
Oh. All right. Finn thought that the play was over.
Well, the Chicago with the steal there, leading to a 2-on-1. Wakabayashi back, but you can't make those stops unless you have support. And Wakabayashi, for the second time by my count, didn't have the support that he thought, although Erickson almost got there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're trying to, on those, you want to try to pressure as much as you can, but you really don't want to make contact if you're close because that can be a 2-minute, and, I mean, it's also pretty dangerous when you're going down the court.
Erickson to Popov. Popov, Wakabayashi. Wakabayashi rises, fires, kick, save. And what have we in the corner? Did Wakabayashi get thrusted out of play?
He did, and I was worried he was going to hit the bench. So that was my exclamation there. It looked like the wing kind of pushed him, and then he slid and almost hit the bench. But we're good. It's fine.
Peterson to Erickson, as Peterson will handle. Erickson now at the pivot point. Ill-advised pass for Minnesota there, and Erickson 1v1 this way.
Yeah.
Save made by Tristan. Tristan using his head and getting up after getting rocked. In the words of Ice Cube, check yourself before you wreck yourself, and Tristan Malatrat doing just that.
Definitely 2 minutes. I think so this is another one of those things.
Explain.
So on a 7-meter shot, which I mean pretty much is like goalie, versus shooter. If the attacker hits the goalie in the head, it's an automatic red card, and that's because the goalie is defenseless there. I think what they were saying is they wanted a red card because it was a fast break and it was 1-on-1.
Wakabayashi scores 8-7.
And so I think that's what everybody was like, hey, that should have been a card. So But 2 minutes, they called the 2 minutes, which they should in that case. But again, that's kind of one of those I'm not sure because the rule has changed within the last year or two. So I think they're still trying to figure out
And to your point too, that comes in the player's safety idea as well.
Yes.
And that's what the red card would be designed to take away.
Yeah, and it's also good defense there.
And at the other end, a great shot there for Minnesota to go up 9-7.
I think the reason why they changed it to a red card and in 2 minutes is because my guess, or what I heard, is that players were targeting certain goalies and hitting them in the head, and there was no
consistency.
There was no repercussions for it essentially, and so it's just kind of okay, have to do this, But now doing with the 2 minutes is kind of hey, you can't do that anymore, otherwise you get a penalty. Because if you get 2 minutes, then you get a red card and you're out anyways. So if you get 3 of those, then you're out. But enough on that. That's just kind of an interesting tidbit, especially as a goalie.
Drop to Supervic, who goes right wing, shot off iron, and the rebound controlled by Hederick. That long shot goes in. Incidental contact. Jackson Hampton puts himself on the line.
I think Patrick was trying to get in, and Jackson was down there trying to get back to maybe get a rebound. And Patrick and Jackson kind of hit each other at that point.
11:18 to go in the first half. It looks like Chicago will have the ball.
I'm not sure. Is it still a goal? I don't know if it's a goal. Actually, I think it is a goal. But I don't know if they're, again, don't know if they're trying to figure out, is there a 2 minute that's going to happen?
Trying to see if I can get signals.
Okay, that is a goal.
It is a goal, 10-7.
Yep.
In favor of Minnesota.
I'll talk to the table about that specific one later because I don't know if it was just making sure that they were both okay and that's the stoppage.
It doesn't look like a 2 minute was called.
No. And I think Jackson was looking for the ball, and I think Patrick was also looking for the ball, and that's what caused the collision.
Makes sense.
Kind of
like an accidental headbutt in boxing.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, sometimes, usually, if a goalkeeper touches a field player, it could be a red card. But that one wouldn't be a red card. And if the refs called that, I would be a little upset about that.
Wakabayashi dropped that off to Jap's whistle before the shot.
Yep. Sam wanted that, but I mean Patrick saved it, so I guess that's that's a best case scenario for Minnesota there.
10-7, 10:15 to go in the first half of play, and a creative interpretation on the 9-meter restart for Minnesota there. Wakabayashi goes down low with it and gets it back to Erickson. Wakabayashi. Erickson shooting from distance, blocked. Rebound comes to Suprovic, or excuse me, Asaric. Scores.
Yep, that's big for Chicago. They needed to stop Minnesota from going on a run there. I think Minnesota got 3 unanswered goals.
I believe that just ended a 3-0 run, to your point.
Yep, pretty close. So stopping Minnesota from kind of from doing that, that was big for Chicago.
Wakabayashi got that from Erickson. Wakabayashi tried to dance into 2. We'll hang here. Chicago a little too quick.
Yeah, that was, I don't know, that was a very late whistle. Probably should have been a turnover, but, you know.
Hederick to Peterson. Dropped off to Hederick. Hederick swims around, gets Peterson. Peterson shoots, save made, Gelabert. Now Chicago looking to advance. That ball tipped right to Asaric. He scores.
Good attempt by Sam there to grab that again, or to grab that. Unfortunately, couldn't quite get it, and so they were able to.
Timeout on the floor. 8:46 to go in the first half of play. 10-9 in favor of Minnesota in the third place game at the Fall Classic.
Yep, I'm gonna go get some clarification on what they were talking about at that collision. So if you want to give me a second.
Indeed. So we have clarification on what happened there.
Yep. So I think the refs were considering a red card because a goalie, even running into a player in that situation, would be a red card for the goalie. In this circumstance, the stoppage was more for make sure both of them are okay because both of them were on the ground. So that's just getting clarification on that because that was a little confusing for me. So that was the case. Just player safety, very important, obviously. Got to make sure all players are good.
Certainly. Minnesota advances into their attack. Popov tried a sneaky one.
Yep.
But he didn't get enough of it.
Yeah, that's the wing thing again. Nosko is playing that one, and he's smiling too. He knows it. Both teams did that. I mean, Chicago did that yesterday. So
Peterson with this 7-meter.
Oh.
No, off the iron. 8 minutes to go. As Chicago enters their attack. Ebert, loose ball, Asarik scores.
Yep, good movement to the wing down. Good movement by Chicago to the wing to force the defense to close in, and then that's just a bread and butter shot as a wing player.
10 apiece as Erickson will handle. Erickson got the pass from Peterson. Peterson, bear hug, the halt to play, but the movement still on for Minnesota. Loose ball picked up by Peterson. Near wing, Popov, save Jalabert.
That was good defense by Chicago there, but Nosko was able to just power through it enough to draw a 7-meter.
And Wakabayashi will take.
Good
Kick,
save.
save Jalabert.
Yeah, Patrick's on point today with his 7-meter stops.
I'll give all the credit in the world to Patrick Jalabert, but he is no golden foot. Shout out our friend Joe Williams from the Detroit Handball Club. I believe I gave him that nickname at the 2022 Fall Classic.
It's a good
Save made by Tristan Malatrat. Peterson nearly wrestled to the floor.
Good to slow. They were looking for a fast break. Chicago was pressuring there. Handball 102, because this is a little more advanced. On a stoppage like that, to give your team enough time to get back, you usually want one player to contest those, so that way that you can't get a fast break and your defense can get in.
Whistle goes. Peterson mauled to the floor. Handball 202 during the championship, or 201 during the championship game.
Yeah, it depends on how advanced concepts that is. That's something that not everybody would know.
Oh. Save made Jalabert. Fast break time for Chicago, 3-0. Score, and Tristan can only do so much.
Yep.
I mean, that's handball 101. That's handball 101. That's even team sports with a keeper 101.
Yep.
As well.
Minnesota needs to get back on those. They need to. I mean, Katsu's getting back pretty quick. Josh Hedrick is getting back quick on there, and Sam. But they need more. They need the entire team to get back. And yeah, it's been a long weekend with a few games, but you still got to do that because this is the last game.
Carlson scores.
That's a good shot by Sam. That's a good pass from Katsu to even see that. Yeah,
Four-
keep
four-
doing that.
4:52 left to play in the first half, 11-11. I believe this is the second or third game in this tournament that has been tight down the stretch in the first half.
Yep. And I think most of them or all of them have been Chicago. That's a
Shot
good
saved
save.
by Melatrot, although going to the deck was
Ebert.
Marius. 4:22 left to play in the first half. Shot from the right or the left wing goes into the net. 12-11 Chicago. Minnesota allowed to advance across the timeline with 4 minutes and a nickel remaining in the first half.
Yeah, I think Chicago is running their seven-man offense there with the 2 pivots. So you're going to see a lot more shots from them if they keep doing that.
Peterson scores as he swam over right to throw that ball into the net.
So we got a comment from Annie saying that Finn needs to do more cardio. So, yeah, Finn, I guess you got to start running some more.
Annie will be sure to share that with him when we get a moment.
Yep.
Peterson, long range, and it wouldn't go. Finn claiming a tip.
Yeah, it was a tip. That was good defense and very good on Minnesota to get back quick. Patrick was a little slow coming off of the sidelines there. It might have just been that they couldn't get a player off.
Corner throw, and I've got an idea for Annie here in a second. Whistle goes, Peterson bear hug. Annie, feel free to respond to this in the comments. Does that mean Peterson should be taking all of the shots from distance?
Maybe he should be taking the 7s and then he has to run back afterwards.
Peterson tried to drop one down low. I'll be interested to see if she responds to said question of mine. Erickson handles Hampton, gets it to Wakabayashi, who right-hands one to the right wing. Now back over, this goes to Hampton, drop down low, Erickson scores.
That is a good shot. That was good ball movement also from Minnesota. Catch Chicago a little bit off guard and open up a hole that you could drive a truck through.
2 minutes and 15 seconds left to play in the first half, 13 apiece. Ebert with this, and it goes to Supervic. Got it from Ebert. Ebert back down low. Sarek on that right wing. Supervic scores, 14-13 Chicago. Ball stolen on a quick turnover. Ill-advised pass for Minnesota, maybe the first of those, as that one goes out of play. 1:42 left to play in the first half.
Yeah, I think they do want to get that set quick, and that's good. It might be you just need to lob it a little bit more because Chicago's been doing really good at just getting in the way of the ball to stop that goal from happening.
Chozik goes to Ebert, who goes to Sarek. Sarek, that right wing on the attack for Chicago. Delivered inside, goal scored. Dombrowski's wearing number 13 instead of number 20. And we have a minute to go in the first half, 15-13 Chicago as Hampton handles, goes to Erickson, who goes to Finn Peterson. Peterson at the 6, and the whistle goes. We will maintain, the attack of Minnesota's. Peterson to Wakabayashi to Peterson. Annie thinks Peterson should shoot from about 12 meters out. Into the corner, handled impressively. And a whistle goes, halting that play, but the movement still with Minnesota. 20 seconds to go in the half. Wakabayashi from distance. Wakabayashi goes to Erickson. Erickson puts one in from 6. 15-14, 8 seconds to go. A 2-minute, I believe, called.
Yep. Because he was grabbing his arm as he was going in to shoot.
Does that extend into the second half?
It will, yes.
Okay. Final 5 seconds of play in the first half, and Chicago answers 16-14 at the end of 25 minutes. Your thoughts on what has transpired thus far in the third place game, Josh?
Minnesota came out to play. They needed to. I mean, this is obviously the last game for both teams this weekend. So Minnesota came out strong, and I think Chicago was just a little slow to start, but they're starting to get their groove back playing Chicago handball. And strong defense by both teams, and they've been putting the ball both teams have been putting the ball in the back of the net. So it's been a good game. I am thoroughly enjoying this game.
I am enjoying it as well. We'll pause. We'll have a tournament update for you on the other side of this short timeout. Back at the Kennedy Activity Center, third place matchup at the Fall Classic. Minnesota Green down to Chicago 16-14 through 25 minutes. You saw there briefly the tournament breakdown. We'll get that back for you in a moment. There it is. And you see the fifth place game determined as Denver defeated Minnesota Black in our opening game of the Triple Dip from here in Bloomington. With Josh Wallinga, Jeff Disher here as we get ready to not only see the second half in this match between Chicago and Minnesota, but we get set to see Nyack take on Cal Heat for all the cookies in the jar in the 2023 Fall Classic Championship coming up in a little while.
Yeah, tough game, tough break for Minnesota there at the beginning. Denver played strong, played very well. Denver played very, very well this weekend. It's very good to see where the club started at and then where it is now, back in its roots at Fargo. Actually, Fargo Moorhead area in the North Dakota-Minnesota border. Now currently in Denver, and yeah, they played solid games all weekend. And congratulations to them on fifth place. Maybe not where they wanted to be. They wanted to probably be in this game here. But, it is what it is. And a win to end the weekend is good for them.
Now, we were talking off microphone about U.S. handball as a whole. They are qualified for the 2023 Pan American Games, so not yet qualified for the 2024 Olympics in Paris.
Mm-hmm.
But on October 21, that event will start on the men's side. The U.S. only is sending their men's team to that event in Vina del Mar. But that'll start on October 21st, and the winner of the men's tournament will automatically qualify for the Olympics. 224 total athletes, including both sides from Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Cuba, and Uruguay. The others sending either a men's or a women's team exclusively. But the Pan American Games serve as the U.S. men's only way to qualify for the 2024 Olympic event in Paris.
Yep. Fun fact there. I believe, is it LA in 2028?
Yes.
Yep. So those of you that may not know, I'm sure most people do. If you host the games, I believe your team's automatically qualified.
Yep.
So we will see U.S. team handball for the first time in the Olympics since the 90s, and that's because we are hosting it. And the men's team has been working their butt off to get to train for it. And if they do well enough, then they'll qualify for Paris. However, Argentina has a good team. Brazil has a really good team. So depending on how the groups look, honestly, in that instance, if they can get out of the group phase, that's a big win, regardless of how the rest of the tournament.
And American handball last on the world stage at the 1996 Olympics in Atlanta.
Yep.
Which are famous for a variety of reasons, not necessarily related to sport. We won't get into those.
Yep. And at the World Games last year, the IHF Championship, Team USA won 2 games. They had never won international competition games, and they won 2 of them. But
big stepping stone.
Exactly.
Indeed.
And it all starts here at the Bloomington Kennedy Athletic Center, where Chicago and Minnesota are going at it again in the second half of the third place game.
Chozik got that over across court. Ball stolen by Erickson. Empty net for Chicago. And Minnesota back to within 1.
That was big there. That's a good way to start. See if Minnesota can get a couple more goals off of this, and then maybe force Chicago to not play this kind of offense.
We spoke to Patrick Delabert earlier in the weekend, who had told us that Chicago had just recently started drifting to the extra attacker on offense. as Dombrowskis out front, but the ball handled by Chozik. And the 9-meter restart just that quickly. Suprovic rises, goes down to Chozik, who fires one that gets blocked on the way in. Peterson from long distance almost had to make a collect call.
Yeah,
Did Peterson, but he scored the goal, 16-all.
yeah, Jackson was there also just in case something happened with it, with that shot. But, you know, you missed 2 of them from the start earlier, so it's good to get that back.
Did Peterson dial 10-10-224? 24 being his jersey number?
Maybe.
Whistle goes, 23:10 to play in the second half. And a 7-meter for Chicago. Given up. It will be Suprovic to take the shot. He
Good save.
has it kicked away from him by Tristan Malatrat. Now a 2-goal swing in play potentially for Minnesota. Hampton and Erickson handle.
My hometown casting is going to be coming out of here since this game is so close. But
Apple Valley represent.
yep, absolutely.
Hampton, Erickson scores.
That's a 3-goal swing again.
Now Chicago, I don't see Jalabert coming off.
No, maybe.
Oh, he does. There he does as they go into the attack. I was going to say that's a little late for him to come off. However, shot kicked away by Malatrat. However,
That was a good save.
7-meter again for Chicago Inter.
Yep, that was a good save there anyways, but
Acerit goes up high and Tristan misguessed.
yep. Usually, so here's a little more advanced thing that I'll get into in a second.
Quick shot by Hederick. Swatted away.
So the more you play players, specifically the 7-meter penalties, you kind of figure out where they like to shoot.
As a shot there goes wide for Ostapchuk as I believe a 2-minute was called.
Yep. Josh is agreeing with that. Grabbed him, it looked like. But 7-meter penalties usually have one, maybe 2 people on each team doing the penalties.
Like a specialist.
Yeah, exactly.
And a defensive specialist for the defense.
Yep. But as you start to play more and against the same shooters, they have tendencies to shoot. And I know for a fact that Acerik likes to shoot at the hip low, and that's where Tristan was expecting him to shoot. But then this time, he changed it up and shot high. And so I don't know if he planned to do that or if that's just what he was thinking. But, yeah, fun fact there about penalties.
Dombrowskis goes back across the center line as Chicago comes forward. 18-17 Chicago as a shot by Nachi goes by the wayside, and here comes Jackson Hampton for Minnesota.
Yep. Finn wants to slow it down. You want to try to eat as much time off this penalty as you can. Maybe get a passive in there, you know, waste a minute or two, get back even.
Ball coming up high, shot and a goal for Team Green, 18 apiece. Now Chicago on the ricochet. Sarek scores the goal.
I gotta say, in my tenure here on Minnesota Team Handball, this is the best that I have ever seen them or us play Chicago. There's maybe one year where it was close, but this is the best.
Finn trying to draw the kick. And I dare say he did.
Yep, that was an intentional kick. As we had mentioned, if you kick your foot out to stop the ball from going to the other team, it's a 2-minute penalty.
So
And
any kick is an intentional kick in the eyes of the officials.
no, sometimes it's accident where if you like dribble and it hits, or you go to pick up the ball,
Wakabayashi.
goes flying there.
19 apiece.
Get that man a pilot's license. Let's go.
End of one quarter in Carolina. Minnesota down 7-0 to the Carolina Panthers. As this one brought ahead by Chozik. Supervic wrestled off the ball, and before Hampton could advance, Chicago retakes. Shot off the iron and in for Supervic.
Yep. Minnesota really wanted that there. I think if Minnesota gets that and scores, the momentum will change in their direction. It's going back and forth right now. It's been even. This is a very grindy game, very defensively minded game.
Wakabayashi advances to header. It gets it back to Wakabayashi. Blocked.
It's a 7. Okay.
7-meter throw for Minnesota upcoming. And
Yep, we got
Erickson to take it.
so we have 2 Chicago fans in chat and 1 Minnesota fan in chat currently.
Then to appease the Chicago folk, the Bears and Broncos tied at 7 early second quarter.
Nice, 7s all around. Let's go Vikes, get a 7 there, and then go to Vegas.
20s all around here. 17:33 to go in the second half of the third place game as that shot goes high, or up high and into the net.
Yep, snuck through. Katsu felt that one. You can see the breeze of the ball on his jersey. Tristan couldn't quite catch that.
Peterson shoved to the deck.
I think he was looking for a 2. That would have been a really close one.
Erickson to Hampton. Erickson, Peterson. Peterson tried to get through a hole that closed as quickly as he entered. 16:53 to play in the third place match.
Passive play.
Peterson and Erickson. I would think they have one move remaining. Hedrick scores.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
Blackjack all around, 21-21.
Yep. Very close game.
Gelabert coming off, 7v6 for Chicago as the extra man is on. Ebert, saved by Melitrot, but hold on.
I think Finn was trying to get a charge there. I think he was in the 6, and that's why they're giving it as a 7.
Sarek with the 7-meter throw. Score. No, I think that went wide.
No, the way the net is it's it kind of it hit the post and it went under the net after the ball went in.
Okay.
Yeah.
22-21 in favor of Chicago.
There has been weird things that do happen with these nets sometimes. So it is possible that they could have missed, but that angle was a goal.
Wakabayashi handles this, just over a football quarter remaining in duration in the second half. Wakabayashi tried to get it to Erickson. Whistle went, will go the other way.
I think the call was on Aaron. I don't know what it was. That's really unfortunate. Minnesota really needed that goal.
And a potential 2-goal swing in Chicago's favor if they can score here.
Yep.
Supervic to Chozik. Chozik rises, goes to Supervic. Kick
Good
save. Melitrot, rebound. Whistle before the shot. Wipe the goal off. 22-21 as Minnesota crosses the timeline with Wakabayashi. Wakabayashi wide. I think he had that decision made He just threw it wide.
Yep, unfortunate.
Swimming in is Ebert. Whistle went before the shot that was wide anyway. We'll hang here with a Chicago possession on the corner to restart. Or actually a 9-meter restart, excuse me. Wright gets the restart. Supervic. Back down low, cross court. Ostapchuk delivered to Chosick. I thought Ostapchuk would take the shot there. Right wing goes to Supervic. Supervic down low. Quick shot and a goal, Ostapchuk. 23-21 Chicago, 13:45 to go in the second half. Plenty of time remaining for the game to go on its head.
Yeah, back and forth here. Minnesota came out to play today. I don't think Chicago was expecting that, to be honest.
No.
Especially with how the games went on Friday and yesterday. I think Chicago thought they had it in the bag, and now Minnesota's like, not yet. So very tough on both sides. Very good game to be commentating in, I'm sure watching.
Wakabayashi wrestled down at the 6 as he takes a trip to the deck. A 2-minute call.
Yep, he was going through and I think grabbed him and kind of rolled over is what he was thinking, or maybe he had his hands like closed.
Score as you like, man up opportunity for Minnesota on the 9-meter restart, meaning you can score as many times as you'd like. Short side shot wouldn't go, bouncing ball controlled by Chicago, 2-on-1 this way. And unable to get back was Minnesota, and a goal scored by Chicago on the disadvantage, 24-21. Brought ahead by Minnesota, 12:45 to go in regulation. Wakabayashi to Japs. Japs dropped it off to Erickson. Erickson upended at the 6, no whistle. Ooh. That goal goes in courtesy of Popov.
He gives me a heart attack every time he shoots those because it looks like it's going to go off of the crossbar and out of bounds.
Or up without even making contact.
Stop. I mean, keep doing it if you're going to score, but stop doing that. Goodness gracious.
Has he scored that way on you in practice?
Yeah, he has.
Okay.
He also
Oh.
I think Tristan was thinking that was a little wide.
Knuckleball for Chicago, and they go up 25-22.
Yep. The stick-'em on the handball allows players to do that because it's a lot grippier than a smooth handball. Which, thank you, Kennedy Athletic Center, for hosting us and letting us use stick-'em. I know. Ooh, that's another 2 minutes.
Carlson with the goal, 25-23, and a 2-minute call against Wright for Chicago.
Is that 24? No.
Did Ostapchuk take it?
No, it was 20.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Reeds?
5.
Reeds, maybe.
So 2. So 4.
Yeah, no, they're down 2.
2 men down for Chicago.
I think that's his second 2-minute also, so he's got to be careful about getting that for getting a red card.
26-23 now Chicago as they score on the offensive end. Ball brought ahead by Minnesota. 11 minutes and a penny nearly to go in the game. Hacked at the 9. And Chicago with possession.
Not sure what that was there. It might have been a charge.
Now Chicago 1 man down as the ball's stolen. Wakabayashi 1v1 this way. Influenced by Jalabert as that was going wide.
Yep. That was good on Patrick to get back. Very good hustle there. Making him run today. Even more than normal.
Annie Peterson taking notes, I'm sure.
Finn, do that, I think is what she's saying.
Brought back ahead by Chicago, dropped off by Chosick, and Inside the 6, a bit of contact on Ostapchuk as he regains his limbs.
So it should be a 7. I don't think that's a 2 because the Chicago player pushed Josh into the wing, and that's why he's shaking his head. And I'd agree with that, but oh,
A 7-meter goes in, 27-23 Chicago with 10 minutes to play.
yep, unfortunate there, but it's even right now on players. I believe there's probably maybe a minute to 30 30 seconds to a minute left on the Chicago penalty, and then Chicago will be up for about a minute.
Or so. Wakabayashi scores to bring Minnesota back to within 3.
Yeah, back and forth, but Chicago's kind of clawing their way up right now. The couple of the penalties, I think, have taken their toll on Minnesota currently, and Chicago's capitalized on those.
Shot and a goal, speaking of capitalization.
Yep.
28-24. Now Minnesota crossing the line. 9:10 to go in the second half.
Good sportsmanship there, going kind of push him while he was in the air, and just making sure that he's okay. And like, hey, we're all family here. Not a lot of handball athletes in the U.S., so this is a pretty small family.
Peterson whistled before the pass to Erickson would have been allowed to get off. Peterson delivers. Wakabayashi scores.
Yep, good shot, good movement there to come off of the wing.
And at the same time, Justin Jefferson scores a passing touchdown for Minnesota to bring them back to within 10-7 in Charlotte.
Hey, there we go.
Cousins to Jefferson for the score. Cross court, that ball deflected away by Popov.
Yep, that was good defense there. He was ready for that.
A shot goes in for Chicago, who in turn are still dead even with Denver, 7-7 early second quarter. The extra point is good in Charlotte, 10-7 Carolina. 7:50 left to play in the second half. You want a bit of sports history associated with the Fall Classic? We believe this is the first time of the 2 potential times that the Fall Classic has fallen on Ryder Cup weekend.
I'm not much of a golf person, so I will trust you on that.
9-meter throw. You don't have to be a golf person, but a sports buff, per se.
I like my handball, I like my lacrosse, and I like my hockey, and that's about it.
There you go.
I guess esports too, but ooh, good
shot from distance for Erickson goes into the net, 29-26. 7 minutes and some pennies left in the bank.
You give Sam some room to jump like that, he's gonna put that in the back of the net.
Chicago brings it ahead. And a shot from the right wing goes in for Lopez. Pablo Lopez, not related to the Twins pitcher that was traded from Miami for Luis Ariz earlier in the year as a timeout on the floor. 6:44 to go in the second period, or the second half. Annie Peterson hears that and she's laughing, I'm sure. 6:44 to go, second half of play. Josh Wallinga, Jeff Tischer up here with you. We've got one more to go as Nyack and Cal Heat will battle for all of the cookies in the championship game coming up in just around 45 minutes from now.
Yep, the big game of the weekend. Good way to end it. Two top-tier teams.
And the best teams of the 6. Best teams of the 6 here.
Yep. Chicago, I think, Chicago's wanting this one after a close game with Nyack. I think Chicago's probably thinking they should have had that one, which, in all honesty, Chicago, I believe, should have won that. Just a few mistakes here or there cost them that one. But they're solid right now.
Do we have any other comments in the chat that we would need to get to?
Nope. Annie's just I made a comment and sent one of those laughing faces, and I'm
Okay.
trying to remember what it was. But we appreciate
It was Finn's exercise.
probably. Finn, we love you. don't be mad at us.
Wakabayashi to the aforementioned Finn Peterson. Erickson with a shot goes wide. 6:18 to go in the second half. And we'll hang here. Minnesota extending the possession.
Yeah, close game. I mean, it's within 4 now. Chicago slowly pulling ahead here. Just a few mistakes from Minnesota that Chicago capitalized on. They were able to pull ahead.
Hampton controls that. And the goal scored on the far side by Erickson.
She was saying it was that Annie is taking notes for Finn. Yep, those of you that are in chat, if you want to let us know where you're from, if you've been enjoying the weekend, especially when we went back to the 50s there for a bit.
What a shot there for Chicago. Supervic gets credit for the goal, 31-27.
Yeah, those are always going to be hard to stop as a goalie. It's kind of 50-50. It's either they miss it or it goes in most of the time.
And you can't clone yourselves.
No, you can't. I mean, if if we're doing superhero handball, I think a goalkeeper that was really flexible or could had really good reaction time, maybe clone yourself too. I don't know if they'd allow that though.
Wakabayashi as Hampton started the movement for Minnesota.
Unless you had a clone of yourself and you played in and fielded an entire team.
Yeah?
You could do that.
Erickson, body contact before the shot, extended possession for Minnesota, 31-27, 4 minutes and a nickel remaining. Erickson goes cross court to Peterson. Peterson shoots one, goal.
Nice shot.
31-28.
Yep, Chicago's going to slow it down here, take their time a little bit more. They're up by 3 with 3 minutes, about 3:45. So that's probably going to be about 6 goals total. You figure 30 seconds per possession, but if Chicago just hangs on to it, needs 45 seconds to a minute off.
Ebert shoots one, scores, 32-28. Brought ahead across the timeline by Minnesota Green. This is Hedrick from Wakabayashi, who goes to Peterson. Peterson, the pivot man. Hampton drops that to Erickson, who goes to Peterson. Wakabayashi to Hedrick. Peterson now, right wing. He gets shoved, but he makes the goal count anyway.
I'm not sure how that went in. From here, that was a bad angle, and it was going to go to the outside, but
Definitely shallow.
snaked it in there. I think Patrick is kind of
Kicking himself
a little bit. Yeah, inside post, you really can't let those.
Short side, Ostapchuk puts one upstairs.
Yep, he's been a menace to every team on the wing.
Wakabayashi handles. Peterson around one, got the shot away. Loose ball on the ground. And a Chicago Winter player down with 2:16 remaining.
I think Aaron kind of tackled him a little bit, and he went down on the ground. So I think that's what happened. So
That is Marius Ebert, who was impacted by the tackle. May have been up high, judging by where he's handling his neck.
yep.
But he doesn't come off.
No, looks like just kind of kind of hit his face on the ground a little bit.
Asaric goes cross court to Ebert. Back to Ostapchuk, and that shot missed wide. I believe a 7-meter
Yeah,
was signaled for.
I think Josh was a little confused. He was in the 6. That's what it was.
Asaric scores 34-29 with 1:40 to play. And Chicago Inter looking well on their way to securing third place as Wakabayashi handles this. It goes to Peterson. Peterson worked over on the left wing. Hampton. Erickson wide. I like the thought there for Erickson, but he just missed the shot. Outlet time, Asaric couldn't handle. He and Tristan Malatrat take a little bit of a bump together. 65 seconds to go. As Hampton misses a shot, or that was Hederick who missed the shot wide. I thought I saw a headband.
That was Patrick got a foot on it. So good shot, still good save by Patrick.
34-29 with 45 seconds to play. Chicago with a shot by Lopez that goes in the net, 35-29.
Yep, that's a 2-minute. So handball 101 again. Maybe 102, depends. If you get a goal and you're running back on defense and you are standing in between the goalie and the person that is catching the ball to start, and the ball hits you, that is a delay of game, and it is a 2-minute penalty. The player has to be in the little circle for it to count, but a lot of times when you score or you're going back on defense, just go to the sidelines and then go, so that way that doesn't happen.
Peterson to Erickson as they dribble out the final 15 seconds. It'll be Chicago taking third place at the Fall Classic as Wakabayashi handles the last play. Peterson to Hampton, goes to Erickson, scores 35-30, and that'll do it.
Yep.
The Chicago Inter Handball Club win third place at the 2023 Minnesota Fall Classic.
Yeah, very close game there up until probably the last 7 or 8 minutes, I'd say. That's when Chicago kind of clamped down and started to pull ahead.
Speaking of clamping down, any nominations for player of the game?
I'd have to say Opsachuk, the left wing, would be my guess. Like I said, he's been a menace all weekend and really showed it. I think he got 5 or 6, and just Tristan couldn't read him. So he's my nomination.
We'll grab Sam Ostapchuk. I like that call a lot for the man of the match interview that comes your way in a second. back at the Kennedy Activity Center after the third place game where Chicago Inter defeated Minnesota Green to take third place in the Fall Classic. Sam Ostapchuk, our man of the match. And you had yourself a match for part of the cookie jar for third place. What did you think of your guys' performance?
Well, actually, we haven't practiced for a long time, and in my opinion, that our team did the great job. We did the maximum as we can. So actually, like I said, we haven't practiced for the 6 months, and we just grew up. Just we did what we can do. We were trying to show the place the safe game, and we have fun.
Joshua Linga.
Yeah, you guys, Minnesota came out to play, and I don't know if it surprised you, but it looked like that you guys kind of started to pick it up towards the end. What was your plan going into the second half to change it up so you can kind of get your game plan going for the last half?
Actually, the first half was a little bit warming up for us because it was a little bit hard, and we were thinking about the strategy that we can do at the second half, trying to more have on the defense because the first half was a little bit not like how we usually do. So we were talking about the more defense, not about the offense.
And I think Patrick talked to us about this concept earlier in the tournament, but how have you guys adjusted to having the extra attacker on the floor at times when Gelabert comes off on your attack?
You mean with the goalie
Yes.
when they're switching? Well, yeah,
Yep.
this is what we're calling 7 against 6. So
That's
it's
where I'm going.
it's a fast move. We actually never tried before, so we decided to try something new. So, and it works, except when we do some little mistakes. We cannot do some mistakes, the simple mistakes I'm talking about.
Yep.
So, and we try it. We see that this works, and we will continue.
Well, kind of tell us about what's next for Chicago Inter in terms of tournaments you've entered, et cetera, and so forth.
Actually, we are not sure about if we will have a Chicago tournament in November.
That's
like
what
as
we've
usual.
heard.
Yeah, we are not sure about it. Well, we'll see. We've been trying to figure it out as soon as possible.
I'll give Josh Willinga the last one.
Nothing more for me. Congratulations on a bronze medal here again, and we hope you guys will come back next year. It's always a pleasure to have you.
Thank you very much.
Sam
Thank you very much.
Ostapchuk as Chicago Inter gets third place at the Minnesota Fall Classic. We will have the battle for the cookie jar as Cal Heat takes on Nyack coming up as the Fall Classic is yours on YouTube. You are looking live at the Bloomington Activity or the Kennedy Activity Center in Bloomington as the Fall Classic comes to an end as quickly as it started. Championship day as New York Athletic Club gets set to take on Cal Heat for all of the cookies. With Josh Wallinga, Jeff Disher here as we get set to see the two best teams in the tournament by a long way. Or, well, not by a long way, say Chicago. However, the two best teams are in the best spot.
Yeah, I think Cal Heat's probably had the best time in this tournament. Nyack had a close game against Chicago yesterday in the semis. It was a 1-goal differential. So Cal Heat, I think, kind of feeling pretty comfortable here, and Nyack wanting to put their stuff together so that way that they can challenge Cal Heat.
I don't believe, now I'll need you to correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe either team has had a loss in this tournament.
That would be correct. Yeah, both are undefeated. So, yeah, I'd agree with you.
Ready to go. We'll have Josh Hedrick joining us at various intervals as well. But we encourage you to, or those of you from New York and those of you from the West Coast, to chime in using that chat widget on the right side of your screen. Unless you have it full screened, then you really can't do that.
You can still chat on your phone. The more views, the better.
That's true.
And yes, we are back in color today. I comment in the chat. So we have a color camera here. It is set up, ready to go, fully charged. We promised, and we will deliver that promise to you all.
The key is to not overpromise, underdeliver.
That will never happen with us, I'll tell you that. We will always underpromise and overdeliver.
Indeed. Speaking of overdeliver, Mike King, the straw that stirs the offensive drink for Nyack, and many for Cal Heat. One that's coming to mind would be Darko Kondev for Cal Heat to watch as well.
Yep. If Mike can have a good game and keep a short benched Nyack, only one sub for them currently.
Ooh.
That's pretty typical, though. Usually when they bring a team, it's like 8 or 9, so you have like maybe 1 or 2 subs. Pretty normal for them. Cal Heat coming with a full bench, or pretty full bench, 4 or 5 subs. Have a good game from the goalkeepers as well, Balti and Lippertz, and yeah, we're underway.
Ready to go as Lippert in the net for Nyack, and Balti in the net for Cal Heat. Nyack with the opening attack of the match as Pickett wearing number 44. See, I've adjusted.
Yep, there you go.
Pickett at the pivot. Easy for me to say. Yes, and handles the ball in a quick yellow card. Handball 101, about 34 seconds in. A yellow card in handball doesn't necessarily have the same impact as a yellow card in soccer would. That's where a 2-minute penalty in handball would be similar.
Yes, exactly. Yellow cards, usually you'll see them right away at the beginning of the game, just as warnings from the refs. And then as they keep doing the same thing, yellow cards upgraded 2 minutes.
Bolger was chopped down, and that shot from Nyack goes by the wayside off the iron. And here comes Cal Heat wearing the blue with white lettering. Dragged down on the play was Hjalte Clausen.
I know that because he practices with us. So
so Hjalte on loan to Cal Heat.
Mm-hmm.
As Clausen will handle at the pivot point. And just as I say that, they switch with Tada. Tada to Clausen. No need for a dill pickle on the floor as Clausen handles this. He goes cross court to Bradley. Now Tada near wing. Clausen, Bradley. Bradley jumps, but he couldn't make the shot opportunity materialize. Whistle at the 6.
Yep, defender was defending from within the 6 meter, which is the that one of the dark blue lines. There's a bunch of dark blue lines. So that is why it is a 7-meter penalty.
7-meter throw to Asfog, and he scores. Paul Asfog, the right winger for Cal Heat. And Nyack down 1-0 on the goal from Cal Heat. Bolger handles and gets this to Kuo on the near side with Pickett at the pivot. And that pass a little high for Kuo to handle, so a turnover. Fast break time. Shot and a goal for Darko Kondev, who I mentioned at the outset of this match.
Yep. Cal Heat is going to, I think, Cal Heat's going to run Nyack since Nyack has a shorter bench. So those fast breaks are going to be brutal unless Nyack can hang on to the ball a little better.
And even more important, too, that ball on the ground. Whistle goes and a halt to play. 4th minute of action. Nyack with the ball and a 9-meter restart. Pickett looking, goes down, and a shot goes in. As that is Kuo doing the business. 2-1, Cal Heat. 21 and a half minutes to play as Cal Heat will advance across into their attack. Clausen Cal Heat with the possession in the attack. Clausen looking for a pickle, got to Tada. Clausen drops right wing, and he regains. Clausen cross court.
Oh, yep.
Out of bounds?
Yeah, he grabbed it, and I think it was behind him. The ref on the goal line probably saw that the ball was outside of the end line. So good attempt. A very good look, too.
So you can't grab it in the air and bring it back in?
Yep, correct. You can, so the player can play outside of the line a little bit. If they're doing it on purpose, the ref's going to say you can't and then turn it over.
Okay.
But the ball itself has to be on the court.
Shot, save made, but a whistle goes.
Yep, good save by Balti there. But going in contested. Not a 2-minute. So that's good to see. The rest are letting him play. This is going to be a physical game, especially as we saw on the other end.
Pickett with a 7-meter, and it goes in 2-all. Apparently they say goaltending wins championships.
It can. Ooh.
And
That'll
before
be
the
a 2.
steal, that's a 2-minute call on Nyack, so hang here.
Yeah. I mean, that's probably a 2. I don't know if he gave a yellow right away.
Nothing more than that, though.
Nope.
So a 9-meter restart, more like 10 for Cal Heat, excuse me.
Yep.
As Garcia and company do the business. Left wing, this goes to Tada. Tada couldn't get through the wall and will go the other way.
Charging call, it seems like.
And that would...
that'll be a turnover.
Yeah, that would be a turnover, and the reason being Tada couldn't get through the wall. He had to force it a bit.
Yeah, he's quick. He's not very big, but he's quick. But he's still going to try to challenge that anyways because he might be able to slip through.
Pickett, shooting, scores.
Just like a lot of times the nose guards in football are some of the smallest people because they're quick and they can get through the big linemen. No, maybe not in the NFL, but definitely in college and high school.
Speaking of the NFL, 13-7 Carolina up over Minnesota so far.
Go Minnesota. I'm a Saints fan, so I need Carolina to lose.
We'll get NFL updates throughout the day, I suppose, because you get by with a little help from your friend Dish. 18:53 to go in the first half as the halt to play.
Sorry, the score is wrong. Nyack should be up 3-2. Because Nyack scored the goal on Cal Heat and now Cal Heat shooting.
So what we're saying is we're correct. The table's wrong.
Nope. I was wrong on the stream. That's correct up there. Now it's even up 3-3.
Now we're even.
Yep.
Excellent.
Time should be pretty accurate too. It's really nice to have the scoreboard on the other side of the court so we can match up our time with that time.
We didn't have that when we did the TAHC in Holland.
Nope, which is fine. It was a little frustrating, and we apologized. Profusely to keep it.
Can only do so much though.
Yep, the score was immaculate except one little thing, but that's okay.
Over on the far side, that ball picked up by Bolger. Bolger looking for a shot opportunity, hit the crossbar, but will hang here.
Yeah, he was dialed in there.
Kansas City and the Jets coming up tonight, 7:20 Central Time start. Seattle plays the New York Giants tomorrow on Monday Night Football.
Oh, that's travel.
Traveling on Nyack, and the 2-goal swing could potentially be in the disfavor of Nyack should Cal Heat score here. Cross court, left wing, whistle goes, and a wrestling match across the way. Feel free to comment with players that you're supporting if you have any questions about the sport, or if you just want to heckle us and give us something to laugh at. We'll take that too.
Yep, we have one Nyack supporter currently. Oh,
Nifty
almost had that
move.
one.
Yasin with the goal for 3. Nyack.
Yeah, the Cal Heat coach was telling his players to hustle back there, but I think they're like, well, Balti's got it, and almost had that actually, like just out of his fingertips.
Now, goaltender to goaltender to goaltender, Balti has impressed both of us this tournament and this weekend.
Yeah, he's been really solid.
Tada. A 2-point takedown that would be good in the room across the way. Cal Heat maintains possession. Clausen, actually Garcia will bring that back into play on a 9-meter. Paulus, far side, save made. And the whistle immediately goes. 15:48 to go in the first half of play. 4-3 Nyack. 7-meter for Cal Heat and Asphalt. 1 for 1 already today. 2 for 2. Asphalt ties the score at 4.
Yeah, pretty defensive game again. Two of the top teams. Cal Heat known for their offense, Nyack known for their defense. They're just good teams in general, but
yep.
I always think Nyack has one of the better defenses usually.
And I would say neither team really exhibiting their will here in the first 10 minutes.
No, I think they're just kind of trying to feel each other out and see what the pace of the game is going to be like going into the second half.
Dropped off by Paulus. Quick shot and a goal from him. Max Paulus ties the game at 5. Pickett gets around 1. Drops off to King. King far side. King wanting it back towards the spot up high as King will drift to the left corner. Pickett looking, and he found Thomas, and Thomas was bear hugged, and that halted the play. Pickett on the restart.
Ooh.
Stolen by Cal Heat, and Clausen will work his way out. Clausen across the timeline, threw it away. Paulus not wide enough to make that catch.
Nope. Unfortunately there. That was good for Nyack after throwing it away to begin with, and then Cal Heat really needed to capitalize off of that. I think if they do that, they can get that momentum going in their favor. Right now, just back and forth, a lot of grinding on defense.
Alfara, timeout on the floor. I believe Alfara got poked.
Yeah, he got hit in the face, it looked like, and you saw them kind of like being like, hey, you okay there? And the ref saw it, so that's a 2.
A 2-minute score as you like, man advantage for Nyack. Thomas goes cross corner. Right back to Yasin. Yasin, save made from Balti.
Yeah, throw the body in front of the ball and able to stop it.
Now Balti off as Tada on in the extra attack. We saw this from Chicago in the third place game and Chicago all weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Cal Heat looking to learn a little something. Clausen at the pivot point. Clausen delivers to Garcia. Garcia as they work it around. Not going to get that shot off before the whistle goes at the 6. And I believe Mustafa Alfara landed awkwardly.
Yep, I think he got the wind knocked out of him there. That happens a lot. So good little stop, or just quick stop.
12:55 to go, first half of play. Cal Heat with the ball. Kondev dropped it over. Now Clausen. Kondev mishandled. Kondev couldn't convert, and Nyack allowed to regain control. Pickett works this on. Far side, Kendrick. No goal, travel.
Travel, yep.
5-all our score, 12:20 to play in the first half.
Yep, it's been a defensive game so far. There hasn't been too many opportunities. Maybe there's 2 or 3 minutes where it was back and forth, and then now just kind of settling down again, feeling each other out still. Really probably won't pick up, I'd say, until the second half.
Garcia throws a pass, that one mishandled. Nyack allowed the fast break,
Goes over.
but a three-quarter court shot goes well over the net.
I believe that was in between the posts, so if this was football, that would have been a three-pointer or a field goal. I
Yeah,
should say.
that would have been a record-breaking field goal.
Yeah.
3-1 doesn't go.
Nope, that's good defense, though. Kind of hit him on the face a little bit. I think he was going for the arm, and I think the elbow just hit. It happens. Very, very physical game.
Justin Tucker, the recipient of the longest field goal ever kicked in NFL history for the Baltimore Ravens, 66 yards against Detroit back in 2021.
I remember seeing that, and he was commenting like the next day he got a request for a drug screen after he nailed that one.
I can remember when Elam, or Jason Elam of the Denver Broncos, eclipsed Tom Dempsey's record of 62 yards back in the 1998.
I remember that. I was alive at that point, and I remember that because I was watching the game.
It was a big thing for Elam and the Broncos, if I remember that right.
Yeah, because
Wrestled to the ground was Yasin. Actually, Yasin got less of that. Yeah.
You know,
Kondev.
This weekend was the first time I've seen someone get a 2-minute penalty for flopping like that. In Chicago.
The old embellishments.
Yep.
Nyack with the ball.
It's good movements.
El Said tried to establish court position as the restart goes. Alfara, El Said dropped off. Pickett with the goal.
That's a good shot.
10 minutes to play in the first half. Brought ahead by Cal Heat across the timeline. Tada bounces one over cross court. Paulus. Stenland on the floor now for Cal Heat. Partial line change if you'd like. Paulus goes to Tada. Back to Paulus. And per Stenland, excuse me. Clausen. Cross court. Shot in the goal. Sixes on the board. 9.5 left to play in the first half. Advancing is Pickett. Pickett goes across. Gets Thomas. Thomas goes cross court to King. Yasin. Pickett just missed upper 90. Not by much.
Nope, he was going for that top corner. It was close.
Brought ahead by Clausen across the line. Clausen, the pivot man for Cal Heat. Do you like pivot point or pivot man? I've used both.
You could say line player too.
That works.
Yep, I think that's the proper term. We say pivot or pivot. I think that's, you know what? I'm not French, but I think that's
I'll
what
bring
it
you
is.
out of that with a Tata shot
Yep.
that gets saved. A scramble in the corner. And Nyack comes out the better.
I remember we had a Swiss player, Felix. Shout out to him. He seems to be doing well. He's in New York right now. We were mispronouncing a lot of the French teams, and he was getting frustrated and correcting us. It was a great time.
Pickett, left side, drops to King, who mishandled it.
Yep. Yeah, I think line player is the proper term because they play on the 6. They very rarely go up from the 6.
Whistle goes. Timeout on the floor. 8 minutes and 9 seconds left to play in a 6-6 game.
Yeah, very close game, very defensive game. Cal Heat just hasn't had many scoring opportunities because Nyack has been strong. And there's been small mistakes on each side. A couple missed shots. Missed open net shot, I think, also would have been a big boon for Nyack. But, no, this is good. This is what we like to see to end the tournament.
And I wasn't necessarily anticipating an offensive game or an overly offensive game, but I didn't see 12 goals on the board.
Nope.
In about 17 minutes.
I would agree with you. Yes, maybe expecting it to be closer, like 10-10 or 10-11, something closer to that. But I think it's because those small mistakes, throwing the ball away, missing the shots. And I mean, there was 2 7-meters as well.
Yeah. Asphalt converting on both of his.
Yep. Which you should be doing. Like if you're taking those 7s, like very small chance the keeper gets it. So. But, so is sports. There's always a little bit of, what's the word I'm looking for? Variance that can come into play.
That'll work.
Yeah.
Cal Heat with possession out of the timeout. 8 minutes to go in the first half of play. He's Joshua Linga. I am Jeff Disher, as we are proud to bring you the Fall Classic for a 3rd year running.
Yep.
Paulus with this goes to Tata. Gets it back to Paulus at the line. Now it'll come to Asphalt. Asphalt run into a wall, gets it back towards 8 or 9 meters, and the whistle goes.
Yep, ref's just giving him a little warning. Good physical play. Both teams here.
Cal Heat maintaining possession. Tata shoots up over the cage. 6-all our score. 7:20 to play as Nyack looking to turn and go. Yasin. Travel? Yeah. Looked to me that way, but we'll keep it here. Pickett gets it off the 9-meter. Thomas forces that pass, and it allows Cal Heat on a breakout.
What
Kick,
a
save made, Lippert.
That was...
Dude.
Yep, that was a big stop.
Nyack now with possession. Can they take advantage? El Said poked to the floor. And Nyack will keep possession. 9-meter restart coming with 6:35 to go in the first half. Pickett goes to Yasin. Back to Pickett. Thomas over on the far side. Thomas. Pickett delivers to Alfara. Alfara wanting it from Thomas. Thomas inside the 6. Save made. But hold on.
7-meter. Yep.
7-meter throw coming for Nyack. So Balti's work not quite done in this sequence. Pickett scores. 7-6 Nyack. 5:53 left to play in the first half. Brought ahead by Cal Heat on the recoil. Paulus working the pivot for Cal Heat on the line. Tata shooting, save made. But hold on here, not done for Aaron Lippert.
Nope, going to be a 7-meter there.
Taken by Asphalt, 2 for 2, and I probably just jinxed him. Asphalt,
Oh,
I did. Now 2 for 3
caster curse, baby.
from 7 meters.
This is big for Nyack.
Goodness.
Nyack needs to convert that stop into this.
It would be a 2-goal swing in the last 5 minutes of the first half if Nyack were to score here.
Yep. Interesting fact in chat. Until the early 2000s, the term everyone in the U.S. used was circle runner. From John Ryan. He also says it changed to pivot as an entire generation of U.S. athletes aged out and expats exerted more influence. That makes sense, and that's also really good to know. I have heard circle runner before, and I've always known it as pivot, but then in Europe, when I'm watching that, yeah, that makes sense. Thanks for the update, and we always appreciate little bits of knowledge like that.
I love that.
Yeah.
Feel free to contribute in the chat as well.
Yep.
John, correct?
John Ryan, yep.
John, we thank you for that one.
The more you know.
Exactly. 4:45 to play once we get the restart for Nyack back underway from the 9. Pickett, King, left side, Pickett. Goes cross court with it. Thomas may have slipped, but he got the pass off. Pickett, save made. Rebound to King, but it's kicked out of play.
That was a big save by Balti there.
Balti really coming alive. 4:25 to go in the first half, 7-6. Brought ahead by Asphalt across, who I just jinxed on their last time down. Now Cal Heat with possession, and Paulus. Back to Tada. Tada drops to Asphalt. Now they go cross court. And Cal Heat establishing the offense with Tada. Bounces once, goes to Paulus. Stenland goes over to Tada. Tada, short side. Paulus, near corner. Finds the upper 90. Does Asphalt. Redemption for Paul. 3:43 to go. 7-7 our score. Ball dropped off to Yasin. Yasin with a shot. Kick, save, Balti. Rebound. Not done yet. Mike King makes Balti pay.
Yeah, I think Balti was going to come off there looking to do the substitution so that they could go 7-on-6.
And King said not so fast.
3-6. Oh, they have a penalty. 2 minute. What was the 2 minute for? I missed that.
We missed it.
Oh, geez. Oh, we were probably talking about the circle runner.
Yeah.
Art thing. Okay, yeah, I guess 2 minute penalty for Cal Heat there.
So a score as you like man advantage for Nyack.
Yep.
As King advances. 3 minutes to go. So John, we thank you, but
that's on us for not paying attention. Yeah, but that's why that goal got scored there, is because Balti was going to run off and wasn't in position to stop the rebound that Mike had.
Tada scores 8-all. 2:40 left to play in the first half as Nyack advances. Pickett goes to Yasin. Yasin delivers that one out of play. Balti breathes easy.
Mm-hmm. So that's a big stop there. Even if the ball goes over the net, still a save in my book.
Kondev, Paulus at the pivot point or on the line. Kondev, now a swap. As coming on is Tada. Tada, Kondev, back over, and Tadev gets this from Clausen. Kondev, shooting was Clausen, and he scores 9-8 with $1:55 left in the first half. Pickett delivers to King. King around one, whistle before the shot.
Travel, I think.
And King not happy behind the play. Tackled inside the 6 was Kondev.
Get a stoppage here.
90 seconds to go when the official's discussing it.
Yeah, I think one of the refs called a charge and the other one was calling a 2 minute. I think 2
So
minute,
a
okay.
2 minute called. And waiting to see if there's anything extra from it. No.
Or yeah, it was like a hit on the face, I think is what it was.
Okay.
And it might have been off of the charge too, or like shortly after it. Yeah, usually with this you have one senior ref and then like an assistant one. So the senior ref is going to have the final say in that, and that's kind of what it sounded like because I think
that would make sense.
Yeah, totally normal, especially with the two refs.
All told, Nyack, I believe, will have the possession with 90 seconds to go and a 1-goal disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
Pickett will get the restart from their defensive. Actually, they'll give Lippert the restart. And back underway we go. El Said crosses the line with Thomas. And now Bolger.
Got to give the goalie a little love, too.
Certainly. Lippert has had love up here all weekend.
Absolutely.
Bolger crosses. Thomas. Back to El Said. Pickett looking. Goes to El Said.
Ooh,
scores!
Shot. Slight hesitation there to get the defense to jump, and then as the defense is landing back on the ground, jump up and a ripper to the corner.
50 seconds to go in the first half of play. 9-all our score. Maybe time for 2 more possessions. One both ways. Cal Heat with possession at the 6. Whistle goes as a bear hug given to Stenlund.
Ball was sticking to his shirt, and he's just like, I can't do anything. I'm not going to mess with it. So
Ball in the corner. That'll go in the net off of the crossbar. 10-9 to Cal Heat. 20 seconds to play in the half as this comes to Bolger. 15 seconds timeout. Nyack as they look to set up their offense.
yeah, back and forth game. This has been another close one, as you should expect from 2 undefeated teams going into the championship.
Championship handball is championship handball.
Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, if Nyack can keep playing strong defense and stop Cal Heat from using their offensive prowess, I think they'll be able to whittle away at Cal Heat some more.
10-9 our score, final 15 seconds of the first half after the timeout. Would you be telling Nyack anything differently than what you've seen or in the huddle based on what you've seen so far?
Maybe just kind of calm down just a tiny bit. You know, some of the calls haven't really gone their way, and it looks like it's gotten to their head just a little bit, but not enough to like throw them off their game. So just take a breath, just play your game, and just don't worry about other external factors.
14-13 Minnesota over Carolina in the second quarter.
Football.
Indeed. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone over here. 15 to go in the first half here, though.
Ooh.
As Pickett got a shot that went high. So it looks like Cal Heat will go into the half up 11-9 as a goal scores with the buzzer sounding.
That's a big way to go into the second half.
Deflation for Nyack, though.
Yep.
So halftime in the championship tilt. Cal Heat with an 11-9 lead will pause, and we will bring you the second half of the championship game coming up. Back at Kennedy Activity Center for the second half of the championship game, as it is Cal Heat with an 11-9 lead over New York Athletic Club through 25 minutes. With Joshua Linga, Jeff Disher up high at Kennedy Activity Center, like we've been all weekend, as we get ready for the final half of handball for a little while.
Mm-hmm.
But over the course of the tournament, from starting play on Friday to now, how do you feel like not only your skill has improved as a goalkeeper, but who are some of your players that you've enjoyed watching in this tournament?
I mean, just from a goalkeeper perspective, it's a tough position to play. I think lacrosse goalkeeper and handball goalkeeper are probably two of the toughest positions in any sport. I might be slightly biased, but just looking at it, the reaction time needed, especially when you get scored on, it gets in your head. I've been impressed by all of the keepers on all the teams here, especially. So shout out to all of you all. It's good to represent your clubs and have some stellar stops. So keep it up, especially going in the future.
Got some news at the half on the baseball front. Former Boston Red Sox pitcher Tim Wakefield announced dead at age 57 from brain cancer. So
F cancer, that's all I'll say.
shout out to the Boston community. And that's something that even New York, California, and everybody here can agree on.
Mm-hmm.
Starting the second half, as we attempt to get back to handball, Cal Heat with the opening possession of the half, as that one is delivered to Tada. Tada, short side. Did it stay out? Yes. And Nyack, going left to right on your radio dial, will advance the ball across the timeline. Kendrick Thomas gets that one over to Pickett. And back to Omar Ali Yassin. Thomas goes near wing. And now the swap occurring. El Said finds King. King around one. King tried to take a shot, but he was run into.
Fancy footwork, but really good defense by Cal Heat there.
Quick timeout. 59 seconds in. We'll get a new ball.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if it's just not... Yeah, maybe just not, what's it called? Inflated enough. I mean, the stickum, like as you use it, it deflates a little bit and the stickum makes it stickier. Or it's too sticky, I don't know.
King and Nyack reestablish the possession after the switch. Quick shot blocked.
Yep.
And we'll stay here.
Yep.
11-9 in favor of Cal Heat.
Yeah, that one went off of the field player's back. Well, he was in the 6 meter, so that's why that went back instead of a goalie ball. But good save by Balti. Get his hand on it and deflect it.
That guy has impressed me over the course of the tournament. Not to take anything away from Patrick Jalabert or other keepers.
Yep, I think Balti's probably going to be MVG. I mean, Lippert and Balti have been stellar. Balti's just had a few more clutch saves, and I think that kind of puts him over the edge.
Nearly 2 minutes into the second half as this one is delivered to Clausen, and he loses out. King now looking for a fast break, stolen by Clausen. But did he take it out of play?
I'm not sure what that was. It might have been out of bounds, I think. I don't know.
Looks like he did, judging by where the ball will re-enter from.
Yep.
Nyack with possession. Down 22:40 to go in the championship game as King handles at the line or at the pivot point on the line. King Work that to Thomas at the left wing. Now down low to El Said. Thomas, King, around 2, and he scores. Mike King with an impressive goal.
Yeah. Fancy footwork. Works that time. Got the defense to move one way, and then jet back the other way.
Now Cal Heat advances across the timeline. Clausen with this near side. Clausen goes to Tada. Tada cross court. Tada as Cal Heat advances into their offense. 21:50 to play in regulation. 11-10 as that pass goes to Stenlund, and his pass thwarted by Thomas.
Yep.
Brought back ahead by Nyack, and it goes to Thomas as New York Athletic Club advances into their attack. Quick shot off the iron, and the iron unkind for Nyack on that exchange. Stenlund now works it ahead for Cal Heat as Stenlund goes to the ground, and Cal Heat keeps the ball.
Yeah, that was good defense by Nyack to get back in time to stop that from being a fast break.
A 6-0 defense for Nyack in this exchange, and in this sequence, and a 6-0 is a 6 flat on the 6-meter line.
Ooh.
Now Nyack with the breakout. Yasin dropped that. Thomas scores. 11 apiece.
We're all tied up, folks. It's going to be a tough game.
20:40 left to play as Cal Heat advances. Loose ball, but the whistle went when Kondev was wrestled to the ground. 9-meter restart for Cal Heat. Kondev with this. Kondev goes to Clausen. Clausen shoots one that's blocked up high, so a corner will result.
Good defense again by Nyack.
Corner throw as the ball back into play. Kondev goes to Clausen. Kondev goes cross court to Tada. Tada fakes as they work it around. Kondev to Asphalt. Found him out of a crowd, and that will go down near corner. Save made.
Very good save by Lippert.
Kicked out of play by him, so we'll keep Cal Heat in the attack. Under 20 minutes to play in the championship game.
I think the ref was telling one of the Cal Heat players to just kind of calm down with the talk.
Gotta heed that warning, too.
Yep. A little testy here in this game.
Clausen goes cross court, ball on the ground. Nyack with the ball. And coming ahead is King. He goes to El Said. El Said through one, shoots and scores. Nyack with a 12-11 lead.
I think this is the first time Nyack has been up.
I agree.
Cal Heat's been up, but they've been up only by one or it's been tied.
Shot and a goal, so Nyack not up for long.
No? When you take those when you hit them, though.
Take what you can get, right?
Exactly.
Pickett with the ball as he gets wrestled. And now Nyack with possession in their attack. Mike King at the line point, or what is as close to the line point as Nyack gets right now. 18.5 minutes to play. Thomas wrestled to the ground. King fakes the shot, delivers left wing, and
Yeah.
no shot opportunity. That's a legit 2-minute, as 1 into 2 doesn't go, and 1 into wall doesn't bounce off.
Yeah, that was on his chest, I think, and as his arm was going back. That's a 2-minute.
Easily, yep.
Yeah.
When you see it there.
Sometimes
a 7-meter?
Yeah. No, I don't think it's 7.
Could argue.
We'll find out here in a moment.
With where the ball is,
It's probably just a 9. Yeah.
a 9 is the look. As they get the slick spot mopped up with 18:25 to go, it is a 9-meter
Yep.
restart for Nyack. And the officials are happy. A 2-minute call.
Mm-hmm.
And underway we go. King. Thomas goes down low. Shot from the 6 just goes wide, but will stay here, I believe.
Nope.
No. We'll go back the other way.
Yep, I guess he was in the crease.
Paulus will advance with a little help from Kondev. Kondev back to Paulus. Paulus, Clausen. Paulus gets it back as he goes to Clausen. The pickly one goes to Bradley, who delivers across. Paulus, Stenland. Loose ball picked up by Clausen. And 1 into 2 doesn't go once more.
Yeah, good defense again by Nyack. I mean, Khalid's really trying now, but stalwart Nyack.
Defense.
Yep, lost my train of thought. Okay.
Stalwart Nyack defense. The story there
Yep.
is a shot for Cal Heat would not go from Kondev.
Yeah, two good defense there. Was
But a 7-meter drawn.
Yep.
Asphalt 2 for 3 from there. 3 for 4.
Yep.
Or could we go 3 for 3 with a broadcaster jinx?
No, it's still 3 for 4.
Okay. Nyack possession ends abruptly. 16:45 to go in the second half. Cal Heat with the ball and the lead. Paulus. So Asphalt shooting 75% from 7 meters.
Yep, still not bad, but he
No.
obviously won 100.
Renault on the floor for Cal Heat. Paulus goes to Stenland. Stenland to Clausen. Got Renault in the far corner too. As that ball stolen by Nyack, and they go the other way. 2-on-1. Yes, and off the foot of Bolte.
I think that one hit the post there. Off the post.
Ah, it was off iron.
Oh, either way, post is still a save.
And a foot just as much.
Mm-hmm.
They all count the same, too. Brought ahead by Cal Heat on the recoil. Paulus, Renault choked.
Yep, 2 minute.
And a 2-minute call. Is it plus a 7?
Yep. Yeah.
Yes.
Again, it's the wing collision on the side.
Double whammy time, potentially. Score. Asphalt now 4 for 5. Time out on the floor. 15:33 to go in the first half, unless they weren't given the timeout.
Oh, illegal substitution?
Illegal sub.
Something?
Two-minute for an illegal substitution there. So Nyack down to 5 attackers.
Yeah.
We're even strength.
5v5 right now.
King tries to get into the 6. Whistle before the shot.
Oh, let me update the score. Apologies. It is 14-12.
14-12 Cal Heat. Kuo got, checked that, yes, and got poked. 9-meter restart delivered by King to Alfara, who scores 14-13.
Yeah, good effort there.
Under a football quarter remaining in duration, 14:45 to go. As Asphalt will settle things down, Paulus will handle to Kuo. Man on for Cal Heat. Shot in the goal. Tada. So Cal Heat with the man up. King to El Farah, and El Farah run in 2. 9-meter restart. El Said scores. 15-14.
Yeah, good defense there by Cal Heat, especially when you're a man down. Still trying to look and get as much attacking as they can, but Nyack getting through there. Think the chinks are starting to show a little bit.
Great save by Lippert.
Good
He
save
makes
again.
2 incredible stops, does Lippert. And King, I believe from distance,
From downtown.
Steph Curry range from three-quarter court.
Too bad you don't get 2-pointers for that. I think if a goalie scores it across the court, it should count as 2.
You would.
IHF rules change? Question mark.
You would.
Hey, they did it for lacrosse. They added the 2-point in lacrosse for outdoors. I think they could do a goalie 2-pointer.
IHF, are you listening?
Probably not. that'd be too awesome.
Bit of irony too is what it would look like. 9-meter throw for Cal Heat as we resume play with 13 minutes to go. Paulus upended at the 9. Whistle before the shot, so no goal. 15 apiece. As a 9-meter restart for Cal Heat. Tada rises, dishes off. Paulus goes cross court. Loose ball. Kondev, save made by Lippert.
Maybe they could do like an all-star game where they have a rules change like that.
El Said drops over to Bulger. El Said at the 9, drops off. Now back to Yasin. Yasin tried to get court position, but he gets bear hugged instead. Ticking down to the 12-minute mark. We're in the early stages of the fourth quarter, if you will, in Bloomington. Nyack with the ball, shot wide. And that shot courtesy of Yasin. Brought ahead by Clausen on the recoil for Cal Heat. Down to Tada. Tada, short side. Tada.
Good shot. Good finish.
16-15 Cal Heat.
I think that one buzzed right by Lippert's head, so just careful with those. We've seen a few face hits this weekend. I mean, as a zinger still just past the shoulder.
Nyack with possession. Dropped off far wing. Shot and a 2-minute call,
Yep.
so a double whammy that Nyack benefits off of.
Yep, Balti coming off. Cal Heat can do their typical 6-on-6 with the goalie down.
So a quote-unquote full strength.
Yep. Also, shout out to Cal Heat for playing in the Super Globe in a few weeks. They'll actually be playing against the EHF champions, Kielsa, I think is how it's said. I apologize for that.
You're right. Short side shot goes in for Cal Heat.
Yep. So they're in a group with Kielsa, who beat I think it was Barcelona in that.
Right on the ricochet, 17 apiece.
Yep. So good luck to them there. Represent the U.S. well. I believe that they've gone the past like three iterations of it.
That sounds about right.
Yep. The top team in the U.S. gets to go and play that. There used to be like a North American like championship, but then USA Team Handball just says, well, we'll just have the top team go, which makes sense.
And that's determined by whistle before the shot, of course. That's determined by ranking.
So the USA Team Handball, they host their tournament every year, and so the elite team, the winner of the elite division. Yes.
Automatic qualifier. Gotta love the AQ.
Yep.
That pass intended for Tada, but bailing him out is Clausen. Clausen rises, save Lippert.
Yep, that was out.
And Cal Heat not going to get that one.
Nope.
Asphalt going to have to try again.
Right idea.
Certainly, but the ball out of play.
Yep.
9, 28, 27, and 26 to go in the second half of a tie game.
Mm-hmm. Very good game.
Won't even entertain the thought in my head right now as that one's stolen by Cal Heat. And off the floor comes Balti.
Yep, still staying out there. 6-on-6 right now. Good defense.
Shoved down is Kondev, gets the 9-meter. Kondev delivers left or right wing. And Paulus unable to get that shot away, but another 9-meter for Cal Heat. Kondev, Clausen shoots, scores. 18-17.
Yep, that's a ripper from him.
8.5 minutes left to play, and can Nyack answer?
They're gonna need to. They need to go tit for tat here on these goals. If Cal Heat starts pulling away, it's gonna be a big issue from Nyack. And I guess the same can be said for Nyack as well. If Nyack gets goals and starts blocking on defense.
El Said tried to deliver a loose ball, and Cal Heat gets out of dodge as King advancing for Nyack on defense. Paulus, right wing, gets it back up top and goes to Kondev. Kondev shoved to the ground. Whistle goes, offensive foul. So we'll go the other way. New York Athletic Club with the ball.
I think that was a charge. It was pretty close, but I believe that's what the call was.
Time out on the floor, 7:44 to play. 18-17 Cal Heat.
Yeah, this is close. I figured it was going to be close, but I thought maybe Cal Heat would have been ahead by 2 or 3 goals maybe, since, their offense has been smoking it all weekend.
Best game of the tournament for me by far of the 11.
Absolutely. This is what you like to see in championships, any medal games especially. So, yeah, congrats to these two teams to make it here. And last game, you got to go all out,
21-13 Minnesota over Carolina in the fourth quarter with 3 minutes to go. In that one, I should check and see how your Saints are doing.
I really don't want to know. Actually, I do want to know. I don't want to know, but I do want to know.
We'll get there. Let's see.
I don't know if they're playing today.
The Saints are down 17-6, hosting Tampa in the fourth quarter.
Yep, that sounds about right. Heartbreaker to the Packers last week.
Certainly.
Unfortunately.
The JETS play later tonight, and the Giants play tomorrow for those New York Athletic Club supporters tuning in.
Mm-hmm. Yes, technically their Jets are in New Jersey, but
both teams
yeah,
are out of MetLife in New Jersey.
But nobody likes New Jersey.
And I believe MetLife Stadium takes about 15 hours to convert.
Really? Ooh.
El Said just missed that. Was tipped out of play.
Mm-hmm. Good shot.
King will retrieve for the corner. So that's why the Giants and Jets can't play on the same day at MetLife.
I guess New York Giants is better than the New Jersey Giants. Or the New Jersey Jets. That one might work. Be okay.
We can have an hours-long discussion on that.
I think it's more along the lines of everybody gives New Jersey crap and no one wants to go there. But
in the I believe it was the first iteration of the XFL that Vince McMahon owned, New York, New Jersey had the Hitmen.
Oh, interesting.
Played out of Giants Stadium. Goal scored by Nyack, making it 18-18. And I don't think the Hitmen came back in the league in 2020 before the pandemic ravaged the world.
Yeah, I forget that there's that league. What is it, the AFL too, or is it still the XFL?
Arena football and the Extreme Football League are two different disciplines. Yeah. Arena football is coming back in 2024, speaking of.
Yeah.
Short side shot goes in there, 19-18
Shout out to the Quad Cities down in Iowa and Illinois border. They are getting in an AFL team. I think it's the
So is
Steam
Minnesota.
Royals. We are too, yes, that is correct.
Out of the XL Energy Center.
Nice. I like it. Now we just got to get a lacrosse team back. And, oh.
Shot off the iron. Well, the lacrosse team went to
Georgia. Yep. And then they won the championship that year.
That shot off the iron. Lippert makes an athletic move to make sure that ball stays out.
I think he was looking for something on the Cal Heat player. I don't know if the Cal Heat player was like letting him get up or if he was just laying there. I don't know. I don't know how the collisions really work with that if you're going in the air. Usually it's not a penalty because it does happen, but like, you know, with that kind of thing, maybe if the ball would have went in, it wouldn't have been. Oh.
King at the right wing got a little help from the iron, did Bolger, and that stayed off the outside of the net.
Yeah, good effort there.
Brought ahead by Tada and Cal Heat. Tada, whistle before the shot. Traveling.
Unfortunate. That would have been
steps.
Two goal swing there for Cal Heat had they gotten that.
4:39 to go. Down the stretch we come in Bloomington. El Said to King. King, El Said. Across to Thomas. El Said swims around one. Tried to dump it off to King, but a whistle goes before the play halted.
I think Nyack's doing a little too much one-on-one. They need to be moving the ball a little bit more.
King moved through one, couldn't get the shot away, but a 9-meter restart for Nyack with time dripping away slowly. King, El Said, ripper, and a goal.
That's
19 all.
That's always a hard shot to stop because you're expecting them to go over the top and not that low to the ground.
Clausen jumps, delivers the pass. Right wing, short side. Save Lippert. Rebound. Whistle dead before the rebound could go.
Yeah, it was looked like it was out of bounds on the goal line. So big save by Lippert there. Let's see if Nyack can do something in return.
2-goal swing potentially for Nyack as we come down the stretch. 3.5 minutes to play in the half. Coming on is Yasin for Nyack. He gets the ball from King, and King gets it back. The lineman is King for Nyack. The whistle goes. The attack not halted for Nyack. 3:10 to play. King. Yasin. King. Fakes the shot. Delivers left wing. Now Yasin. King up top looking for the shot. Bear hugged instead.
Good defense.
Got the whistle too.
Yep, it's going to be a passive play.
Got to get the shot away if you're King.
And goes
Does,
in.
and it goes in. 20-19 at Nyack. 2:40 left to go in the second half. As Clausen delivers up high. Kondev, no shot. Will stay here. 9-meter restart for Cal Heat. Clausen delivers. Gets it to Bradley. Clausen up high. Tada looking to quarterback the offense here. Tada up high. Clausen shooting. Scores. 20 apiece. 2 minutes and a nickel remaining in regulation. As Nyack approaches its attack.
Yep, we got shout out to Hadi and Lippert as well. Some Nyack supporters.
1 3/4 minutes to play. As Nyack looking to slow things down in their attack with time dripping away. 20 apiece. And that shot over the bar for El Said. Balti with the quick restart. Tada swims across one. Tada shooting, scores! Mikio Tada, 21-20, 80 seconds to go. Cal Heat tried to make a steal, but it would not materialize as the whistle went beforehand. Timeout on the floor with 68 seconds to go in the game. And just that quickly, Yasin is back up on his feet.
Yeah, the fatigue is starting to set in for Nyack here with only one bench player. Not a very deep bench, but I mean they're playing really well considering.
What did you say back at the top of the show? They're going to get run with only one substitution.
Yeah, I mean that's honestly pretty typical of them to bring a smaller bench like that. But usually they have like three subs maybe at most. So this is even smaller than normal.
Minute remaining. Pickett, the point man, the pivot man, quick shots. And the movement continues. 48 seconds to go. Whistle before the shot for Thomas. 9-meter restart. King. Hang on.
Yeah, I wanted a quick start.
39 seconds to play. 9-meter restart for Nyack. Down near wing. King delivers to Thomas. Up high, Pickett. Lost his angle. Pickett gets it back, but a scoop and a whistle goes. 25 seconds left. Nyack with the ball in the restart by Alfara. Pickett up high, left wing. Pickett did not get the shot away. We have a tie game with 12 to go. Final possession, you'd think whistle go or a timeout on the floor with 8 seconds to go.
Yeah, you need that timeout there. You don't want to lose the ball. And you can set up one final play, maybe pull your goalie. That's actually a tough call. I don't know.
I like that play a lot.
So I do, but it's high risk and a high reward. You have to hang on to the ball. If you don't, that's a Nyack goal, and Nyack wins the game at this point.
21-21. Blackjack across. 8 seconds to play.
Yeah, this is coming down the rope here. The light at the end of the tunnel. Who's gonna emerge first?
If one emerges first.
Yeah, we very well could go into to overtime here, which you play one 5-minute overtime half. If it's still tied, you do a second overtime half. And then
golden goal.
If it's still tied, you go to a shootout at that point.
So it's 10 minutes. So what I'm hearing is 10 minutes of extra time.
Possibly, because if one team is winning after the first half of the 5 minutes, they win.
Okay.
Or maybe it's both. Actually, it might be you have two halves. Actually, I think it is. You play 2 5-minute halves.
So 10 minutes of extra handball potentially on its way. Tada loses the ball. And a quick shot at the buzzer, blocked. We'll go to that overtime session. And we'll have a 3-minute timeout. We'll pause. We'll get the overtime format for you. And we'll have overtime coming up.
All right, we are back, folks. We have figured out, just to double check, it is 2 5-minute overtime halves. So they will play on each side of the court. So we have another 10 minutes of handball here. If the score is still tied at that point, it will go into a shootout, which you'll have similar to soccer. You just go down the team, and whoever ends up with, I believe, 2 more goals than the other opponent at that point will end up winning.
So best of.
So actually, you have to score, but like if a team gets a block, and then the other team scores, similar to soccer. It's pretty much a soccer shootout. Very similar to that. So, But for now, we have 10 more minutes to play in overtime. Great way to end the weekend, not going to lie.
We went 10 games without the extra session.
Yep.
Didn't need it in pool play.
It'll always be a tie. In pool play, you don't go into overtime. It's always ties. And then so that counts as 1 point, and then 2 for a win, 1. I think it's 3, 1, and 0.
That sounds right. But so we went 4 games, if you count the semifinals and then the games earlier today.
Yes.
Without the need for an extra session.
Yep. And Cal Heat has been here before. I remember my first nationals back in 2017 in Myrtle Beach. New York team handball and Cal Heat went into overtime where the Cal Heat goalie made a huge stop to send them to let them get the gold medal there. So Cal Heat's been here before. I don't think. I mean, Nyack very well could have. I mean, they have a long tenure in handball in the United States. But at least since I've been playing, I haven't seen it. So
Nyack wins the toss, if you will, and they will get the first possession of the first half of extra time.
Yep, and we'll get this going. There we go.
So about a 6-second differential between what you're seeing on our clock and the clock in the arena. Nyack with the first possession, though, as this comes to Thomas, who throws to El Said. El Said at the pivot point. Thomas, King, down low, far wing. Thomas spins. Thomas upended at the 6.
Nyack had a final tie-up in the 2019 season. Okay, thank you for that. It's good to know.
Thank you.
I figured there was one. Nice.
Shot and a goal. First goal of overtime to Omar Yassin. 22-21. Early moments of overtime. 4 minutes to go in the first half of ET1.
Oh, I think that might have been at the Chicago tournament because they were playing the now defunct Barrington team. If I remember correctly. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I really am curious about the history of some of these teams. So
Tada, bear hugged at the 6.
That's good defense there.
Cal Heat will maintain the ball and keep the ball. Clausen gets the bounce pass. Clausen delivered to Garcia. Tied again, 22 apiece. 3:25 left in extra time number 1.
And that is a confirmation. 2019 Chicago tournament was the last time when Nyack had a tie.
And Cal Heat goes back even further, if I heard that correctly?
2016 or 2017, I think. Yeah, it might have been it was 2017 or 2018 nationals.
Okay. So these teams experienced 5-hole goal for Mike King, 23-22. Tada brings it up. Now Tada gets it back from Bradley. Tada! Save made, and the rebound controlled by Nyack as a great save made by Lippert with his foot. 2.5 minutes to go in the first half of extra time.
Yeah, that was a big stop there. I think Cal Heat won the coin toss. That's why they're electing to get the ball in the second half. Defer and then you defer, so then you
There
get
you
both
go.
of them. Almost did that when I was younger.
Cal Heat with the ball. El Said shooting. Scores. 24-22. Cal Heat on the restart. King with the steal, but behind the play, that was Kondev that took less of the body contact, and El Said is down.
Yep, got hit. Got hit in the nuts there. That's gonna hurt. I think when he went up to stop it, the Cal Heat player's foot just kind of went up. I think, or maybe as a cramp. I don't know. Painful either way.
Valuable check at midcourt.
Yep.
If you want to go with the Cars reference, those things would be just what you needed.
Exactly. Yep, Hadi is down there, but he's back up and walking. It's always good to see. We
Good.
don't want any big. We don't want any.
Big injuries that'll halt things further than they absolutely need to be.
Yep. Shout out to Stefan though. 7 stitches, looking as beautiful as ever, as he said, from Minnesota.
Stefan Stitches, man.
Yep.
Tada works this on. He dives into the 6, but a whistle goes and a 2 has been called.
I think he was going down, but he was still pushing him as he was going down. Usually you just kind of like, hey, he's going down.
The official agrees with you.
Yep. So that's why that's going to be a 2.
69 seconds to go in the first half of extra time.
99.
99. Yes.
99.
99 seconds. Minute 39.
Yep. Oof. Yeah, he's a monster, I guess. Apparently he's had worse. He had a broken nose and still played.
Ooh.
So, yeah, glad that he's up and walking. Still no big injuries, which is good.
That's good to hear.
No ambulances needed to be called.
Now 69 seconds to go in the first half of extra time.
Yes.
Brought ahead by Thomas and King. Thomas sees a gap, exploits it. Thomas, left wing. What a shot,
Good
but an even better save.
Big save there by Balti.
Pickett had the right idea, and he picked the wrong corner, no pun intended. 43 seconds left in the first half of extra time. Brought ahead by Cal. He whistle before the shot. We will go the other way.
Yep, that was a charging there. Nyack going to slow down the last 30 seconds of the first half of overtime.
I'd take the last shot with a 2-goal lead.
Yeah, you want to wait until there's maybe 5 seconds left, 4 seconds left.
Right, but I'd melt the clock too with a 2-goal lead is where I'm headed with it.
Yep.
Yasin. Thomas. King. King surveys. King rises. Loses the ball. Regained by Alfara. Alfara cross court. Thomas with the shot and the goal. 25-22 at the end of the first half of extra time. We'll take a minute here between the first half and second half. We'll keep it here. And Nyack out to a 3-goal lead. If we have any stream comments that we haven't gotten to.
Nope, I've been monitoring them as they go.
Cool.
So, yeah, this is quite the game right now. This is a good way to end the weekend, and both teams just baring their teeth at each other at this point. But Nyack coming out in the first half of OT, 3 goals on Cal Heat. Let's see if Cal Heat can come back and respond in kind.
I believe Nyack started the first half of overtime with a goal.
Yep, Nyack got 1, and then Cal Heat responded, and then Nyack went up by 3. So they're on a 3-goal run, especially with that last one. That's big going into the second half of overtime.
And a confidence booster for Cal Heat here would be the first goal of these.
2 goals and a stop, I think, is what it's going to take.
Yep. As the teams will switch ends.
Mm-hmm.
So Cal Heat left to right on your radio dial. Nyack right to left. Second half of overtime in the final. We are underway. Brought ahead by Asphalt and company across into their attack. Settled by Garcia to Tada. Tada crosses court, but King steps up and says, you'll have to do better than that.
Yep, the Nyack just needs to run the clock down as much as they can. Maybe get a few passive calls here on them. They want to run at least a minute 30 here, I think. So they want to either score a goal with 3 minutes left, or they just need to hang on to it. Maybe Cal Heat gets a stop. But they got to eat the clock.
6 flat for Cal Heat. Whistle before the shot. That gives Cal Heat the stop they're looking for. 50 seconds into the second half of overtime. Kondev crosses. There he got the pass to the right wing, or left corner. Kondev, 1 into 3 doesn't go. And we'll play on. Kondev wanted the whistle there, not going to find it. 3:50 left to go in overtime. As Nyack will cross, Thomas and Pickett. Now Yassin gets the delivery from El Said. Back over to Thomas, who goes to King. Now Nyack speeds up. Thomas couldn't get the shot off before the whistle. 3:28 to go in overtime. And a 9-meter restart for Nyack upcoming. King takes this, goes to Thomas. Thomas delivers to Yassin. Near a corner, save made Balti.
Yep, Nyack. If Nyack needs to get a goal here, regardless of what happens after, if they get a goal, they're sitting very comfortable.
El Said to Yassin. Those two play catch, and it goes to Thomas. King gets this. Thomas tries to swim, gets El Said with the delivery. El Said taken down.
Passive call.
2:45 to go. Clock dripping away from Cal Heat.
2 passes left.
King with a
Ripper.
shot and a ripper. 26-22. 2:35 left. Goal here, the only thing that'll work for Cal Heat. But the ball goes out of play, and Nyack with the ball.
Got a stoppage real quick.
We're looking to clean that wet spot, I believe.
Yep.
2:25 to go in overtime. 26-22 Nyack.
Yeah, Nyack has been earning this one.
Stay tuned in the postgame. We'll have the awards ceremony for you. As Kendrick Thomas advances into the attack in the front court. Whistle goes.
2 minutes.
Giving Nyack the man up for the balance of the match. And this is a score as you like. Unlimited scoring. Man up situation. Back underway. That can only help Nyack out.
Yes.
So Cal Heat got desperate. Pickett makes Cal Heat pay. 27-22. Cal Heat got desperate, and that drew the 2-minute call.
Yep. I mean, there's still 1:30 left.
Crazier things have happened in the last $1.40.
Yep, that's true. Just a solid stop from Nyack here. I think we'll seal the game. Like
Shot
that.
off the pipe.
So now, I mean, Nyack can just run the clock down at this point. Like, even if you get a passive and you go over on the passes, at that point it's like,
Clock
okay,
still rolls.
there's just one goal. So, yeah, they just got to, I mean, I think Cal Heat realizes it too at this point. You're down by 5 with 1:15. I think it's safe to say that Nyack has this game in the bag.
It's almost academic at this point.
You still want to play it out.
Bulger up over the cage. Minute to go.
Yep, Nyack for Nationals this year, a team to watch. I would agree with that statement. Nyack has been very impressive this weekend.
Both national tournaments.
Yes. Seeing maybe if they can get a few goals, pad the stats slightly.
King, right wing, called it.
Yep.
28-22.
Yep, just finishing out here. You still gotta finish the game.
28-22, 30 seconds to play. Nyack will look to win the championship here at the Fall Classic as that shot goes up over the cage, and that will just about do it. Impressive showing all weekend by both of these teams. Let's not take away anything from Cal Heat and Mohamed Balti.
Exactly, yeah. He's been he's a big reason why Cal Heat got to the game to begin with. Congratulations to Nyack, though, your Minnesota Fall Classic champions for, I believe, the first year.
Believe so. And I am going to give man of the match to Aaron Lippert without objection.
Absolutely, yeah. We're going to get the camera flipped back over, and we'll get these updated where we go to the award ceremony. So give us a minute or two before we get that started.
All right, we'll have the award ceremony for you coming up as the Fall Classic continues. You saw the awards ceremony in full as you see confirmation of the New York Athletic Club winning the Minnesota Fall Classic in its third iteration, with Cal Heat coming second, Chicago Inter finishing third. Solid showing from all 6 teams in the tournament. Solid showing from you, Josh Wallinga, and a solid showing as well from Jackson Hampton, at least up high. But your final, or actually, before we get to final thoughts, we want to send a quick shout out to 9 Mile Brewing and Rise Up Nutrition. But we also wanted to mention that Aaron Lippert, the Preston Construction Dynasty Electric player of the game for the final. And we also wanted to send a quick shout out to the U.S. Handball Union ourselves, Mike King, leading that operation. Final thoughts from you on the 3 days of handball that we've seen?
I will get to that. There is a question in the chat. The MVP was Hadi.
Yes, he
El-Sayed.
was.
And
MVG was
Lippert.
It was.
And Ethan Pickett was the leading scorer for the tournament. So congratulations, a clean sweep from Nyack there on all the awards. So thank you, everybody, for coming. It was a great weekend. It was really good to host this for you guys and produce the stream for you guys again. Great games, really, really good games this weekend, and an amazing championship game. That is a great way to end a tournament. And we appreciate all of our sponsors, Rise Up Nutrition, as Jeff has said before, 9 Mile Brewing specifically sponsoring this tournament, Preston Construction and Dynasty Electric, our Minnesota team handball sponsors. So thank you for the 3 of you. And, of course, to Mike King and the U.S. Handball Union, we couldn't have done this without your help this weekend, just assisting us with a lot of the stuff that was kind of going on in the background that not a lot of people saw. Josh gives his thanks as well. And up here in the booth, we appreciate you all for tuning in. And we hope to see you again next year as well. And you will for sure be hearing Jeff and I in Holland, Michigan, and probably Vegas. I'll double check on the Vegas. So you will hear our sweet, sultry, sexy voices once again later. But again, thank you for tuning in, everybody, and we hope you have a good rest of your weekend, and we will see you when we see you.
It's a good way to sign off. So long, everybody.